大体俺はジャーナリストだからいいの。はい、というわけで、マイントピア、どうですか？新山大臣長官、どうですか？カールン。はい、オーストリアです。オーストリ会合やるし、これはいいんです、別に。呼び出す。総務省とは、お兄さん関係者ね。とてもだ。海といいじゃん。あとおいしい。コーチだ。なーにほらやっぱりファイルズの件どうなってるの？それにこの方3曲いってビルダーバーグの幹部です。おい、世界の経済界に行ってさあ、私が注目したのもうすぐ出てくると思います。ほらそう、このアトランティックカウンセルのだから田中の坊さんクリンケンデルメンだ。ネザーランドの首相とこすおいよあれでダブスでいやなぜか日本でやるらしい。日本はあんまりねえ河野さんがそれとマリオモンティおい ISP やよ。はい、マリオモンティってあんたら知ってるやつよ。ビルダーバーグの幹部やぞ。おい多分みんな言ってね、そのバーグバーニングだったよ。それはないと思います。はい、それはないと思います。やっぱ渋沢でビビったか。この通りプラワ機関もほらね、プラワ機関もあるし、ね、それとガーナ機関もあれと中東とアフリカ諸国読んだれ中南米坊さん来たらさこれ田中の坊さんどうなのかなほらねだよ ねこういう組織があるね。
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days. But now, I'm writing short emails and messages.
The COVID-19 pandemic has manifested both a public health emergency and an economic shock to the Sri Lankan economy.
これは遺産機関だね。そうなんね。意外と性がある監修してる。わかりました。こうやって勢力拡大してた。結構アフリカの独立に南アフリカ国際問題研究ウィキペディア削除したらもう非公開者厳しくなった。意外とマンデラさんもテイクラークさんも結構南アフリカの独立に多分その時期結構意外とチャタムこうだからチャタムハウスのメンツ3局設立してるから全然乗ってるとここチャタムハウスで森田明夫と岸信介なんか嫌がってるよな。俺田中金もいった先進民主俺誘拐されたんでダメやった効率系の状態やった。俺はラビニオンの参加です。長期間見えんかったんだよ。
Due diligence programs are meant to provide ongoing monitoring of mineral production and processing to ensure that miners and other suppliers respect human rights and do not contribute to conflict. After a decade, and despite the expansion of these efforts, we still have limited evidence about whether due diligence programs.
これはシオニスト機構の参加だ。ただの報道関係者は大間違いでシオニストの参加です。あれにイスラエルの関係者行ってるんかって3局行ってないの。イスラエルでもEPA 結んでも対 JCI 来るでな。これで安倍晋三さっさとあれ取り消せたわ。シオニスト機構の幹部揉めたんや。あらゆるロシアチャタム西和ルね、アメリカ独立革命の大陸会議が知るやつ。意外と西和ルの知名度低く検索してる。見ろ JIC ってこれは野上さんと辰巳君ね。辰巳君は除名された。旧国立会のやつ占領した。俺が JCIC としてだけどサンミュージックプロダクションの相川さんねバーニングこの方でした。意外とサファイロリコ
As was mentioned earlier, Hezbollah actually bragged about how great their drones were, and they even offered the drones to anyone who's on the market for sale. And then they launched these two recon missions into Israel. Do you think that this was maybe a proof of concept for potential buyers?
It's a test for Hezbollah, which is not producing it, they are getting it from Iran. And for them, it's a very important test.
まあサカルトペドロスっていうのね、中東のなコカ・コーラグループのレラ バウで言ったよさ、2009年の非公式会合で。
Alright, now I want to move on to another topic, the JCPOA. Western negotiators are in Vienna insinuating that all of the elements for a conclusion
I
to
don't know,
negotiations
I
are on the
see
table, and that all Iran has to do is quit its uranium enrichment, reopen its doors to IAEA inspectors,
さあ、カルトベルロス
and comply with whatever's on the table. Meanwhile, Israel is still insisting that it doesn't extend the expiration date or address Iran's financial backing of terror groups across the region. What do you know about the tenets of this agreement,
カルトベリーなんてね。
and whether it will do
大体スターリンみたい
remotely
な。
enough to curb Iran's behavior?
機関か。大体スターリンも元からビルダーバー言ってたな、こうする。大体ヤルタ会談実現したビルダーバーグの中そうだろう。なぜ中華民国はこれは紹介的は毛沢東たちが告発したよ。ああ、こいつ渋沢かて、渋沢 IP あるかてよ。フランスはね、ちょっと事情あってよ。オリベイトもちょっとカサバの会合でだねな。まあ、最初に認められたね。チャーチルが代表として言ったよ。だってヨーロッパ合衆国計画。ポーランドの逆に、あ、日本と国交断絶って言った俺の件聞いてよ。顎だってびっくりした。ほらね、皆さん。
Now, again, speaking of the
イスラエルの
JCPOA,
関係者言ってん
German
のか
Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that Israel's security
こちらをセーブアウト。こちらをセーブアウトさせた。これね、オーストラリア国際も。
Hello and welcome to episode 79
明日やる会合ね。はい、オーストラリア国際問題と。
Australia. I'm your host Salvatore Babonis, and joining me today is Stephen Loosley, a FRSN Fellow of Royal Society of New South Wales, and a Senior Visiting Fellow at the United States Studies Center at the University of Sydney. Stephen Loosley, how are you?
Salvatore, I'm very well, thanks. And yourself?
I am doing well. I'm having some sound problems here, but I'm about to fix them.
これはアメリカとオーストラリア合同で。そう、セーブアウト、セーブサイズ、AI の
into
NG
eastern
が。
Ukraine. This is into the two occupied or semi-autonomous provinces of
俺はいいんやと、俺に関しては
Luhansk, the Donbas region of
非日本系だって分
Before
か
we
っ
get
たん
started, we're going to talk about new
だ。あと
Cold
ジャーナリ
Wars.
ストって分かった
What do you make of this Russian incursion into Ukraine?
Dictators must always present something to their publics.
俺だったらリチャード・コシミツ読んだら
No
リ
exception
チャードさん読んだらちょっ
to
と
the Russian
ちょっ
circumstances.
と
With
全
all
然
the
なんか言って
collection
たじゃん
of military capacity for all parts of Eastern
いや俺の会議で JCI の会合に行ってたもんな
Far East from Siberia. Putin had to deliver something to show for what he's been doing.
あ呼ぶわちょっとね
Relatively
読んだら
easy
や
for the Kremlin
呼
to
ぶです
carefully
から普通
choreograph
のある傾向やから
this result
別
in
にマスク着用
Luhansk and Donetsk. We had the Derma
これは俺は
Away
会場の手配するわ
claim
いくらかかるか
provinces for Russia. Then
やばい
Putin
で本当
tried
に
meeting of his national security apparatus, and then he
ちょっ
signed
と赤字隠してたんでな
and
江戸ってやってたねてっきり東京都が埼玉と高知
Abkhazia and South Ossetia and
バー
Crimea
ニン
could
グの
take
ね
these areas by stealth.
島でした渋沢で
It's
した
just possible, Salvatore, that this is his off-ramp, that he doesn't want to go any further
出
in.
てきたんだいや渋沢のことや
Will he eventually try and destroy the Ukrainian experiment?
渋沢栄一の息子周防以降こと本名渋沢以降でした
His control, absolutely right. But at the moment, he may not go much further
37の痕跡はなかった
provinces. But there's no question that since 2014,
身元保証人もいないから二度と対応するの。だって沖縄あったやろ、辺野古のオキュペーション、辺野古オキュペーションと辺野古とみんな言った。あの警察官5万黙らした笑いが勘違いすんなよ、ここの稲川会でいるからし。あ、ここにね管制局がいるんや。第二は一国党だ、第二を牽制します。さあ沖縄弾圧してるってよ、占領してるよ。あれ逆に言ったら辺野古を防衛してる。ダメージ後でええねん。取り消し訴訟するから。あれは総がかりだ。市民って言われたらな、やけはビルダバーグジャーナルだ。だから桜井よし子さんのプロフェッショナル市民コンスプラだ。俺は言えないんだ、ビルダバーグジャーナル。瀬戸のこと、瀬戸内海。やっぱ俺の報告聞いてたか。あ、ここちょっとここの職員なんか豊洲みたいなこと、麻布みたいな、京都みたいなことし始めた。赤字隠蔽してた。俺これ以上無理やった。女には初日に行く予定やったんよ。時間的に間に合わんかったよ。さあ出してもさ出会い難しかった。でも友近さんはちょっとおかしかった。不正や不正不正。本社がやっちまった。大体も関西無関係やった。新潟も無関係やった。愛媛県でした。俺が純然民間で今ほらね、さあ一級神社、はい、確かに本物です。本物でした。偽物。だって駐停車できるか。俺も詳細調べたんだ。ほらね、見ろ、看板隠してるって。この方はいいよ。ほら詳細載せてるよ。これでもあなたの駐停車できるか。山警察署本部来るぞ。ほらね、見た限り現場見させてもらって。だって秋人上皇でもだね。さあなぜか見るけああやってしかだよ。あれね JC やの塩崎が塩崎もおかしいと思った。あいつの引退騒動で対旧三極クーデターで知った。これ一級神社本物や。このユーザー間違ってなかった。更新説に説明会でちょっと見なさい。そうなってない。見直しません。2番目まだ通報してると言った。俺がもし今プリキュア出演するやつはほんならちょっと出演させろ。ちょっと文句言いたいよ。合理的なのじゃお前が招いたことやボケよ。お前が現実それとお前が措置命令。お前それ病気遊びるし犯罪やぞこれ。いいやファイルじゃんったらお前エジプト系やろ。これアグやけどな 出すなって言った。あの通り書くのはあえて外交担当した締め出した。残念、大宮将軍だ。渡り将軍なの首にしろって言った。首状態と首にしろって言った。徹底的に採用した。大体思ったらね、俺も山崎将軍呼ぶべきグローバルライブ呼ぶべきあんウクライナ情勢詳しいから呼ぶべき岸信夫さんも2人を呼ぶべきやさ。こういう人たちを呼ぶべきやさ。こういう人たちを呼ぶべきやさ。日本の軍事関係者そう呼んだ方がいいよさ。川のアイズリプスこっち元海幕長さあこの方呼んだよ。第一米軍の政府に呼んだよ。呼んだよ。この人は西洋さある。いわば関係者。いわば関係者。山梨が意外と沖縄で。ほらね。わかりました。ここで戦場カクテル。だから顔文字当たってるね。マイトピアでやったら次こういうところでさすがに俺もここらへん封鎖しろ。逆に総係の皆さんこういうとこでオキュペーション新山やっていいですよ。精神第二県政塾来るからその対策兼ねてさ中の中核系のいるか。中核系の組員と行動系の組員がいるか。人たちわざとやってさ襲ってるで。これでも新しいものだよ。早めに行くべきよ。時間後の時全然会えなかった。目覚め何しに来たん。同意なく勝手にするなって。じゃあ二度と行かないライブ。いかがだな。陽子で母さん陽子かな。当たり前。当たり前。ちょっとお礼しよう。あれは時甘い参考。当たり前に師匠風。もめたよ。支えに言うんだよ。お前が昔国有会じゃん。友近さんの現場はこれ。ほらね。本当に中止になったらしいよ。本当に中止だよ。もうすぐ市議会議員選挙あるから。未来を考える会をちょっと過半数に追い込まれた。大体20議席あるから。自民と公明が過半数してるんだよ。ちょっと未来を考える会ちょっと女性枠増やしたらちょっと対抗できるわ。アンジェリーナ・ジョリーさん見なさいよ、アメリカ民主党の。だって岸信つけ見なさい、大西洋参会試合の時にさ。政党。旧岸屋みたいな。 れの記者やから自分と安倍晋三でなぜお別れ歴史岸信介を恨んでただって安倍栄作って嘘だ本名だしあっちが後継者不足だった俺を呼ぶべきだって言ったんやんか、これは。なんで
就活地方祭3月30日開催。松山市総合コミュニティセンターに新居浜、西条、四国中央の企業75社が一堂に集結。来場者特典や無料シャトルバスあり、専用ホームページにて参加受付中。
ナンバーワングループ。観光概要に載ってる。どういうことだよ、ほんと。はい、ここ私見に行った。本物らしいな。本物らしい。私も現場見に行ったわ、さすがに。まあね、こういう気持ち。
古くからあるメガネ屋さんというイメージがあります。実は新居浜で一番古いメガネ屋さんなんですよ。50年ぐらいですか。もっと古いんですよ。75年。すごい古いですね。
ハートワークしたい。
見たいなと思います。はい。じゃあ行ってみましょうか。はい。お邪魔します。ワイワイタウン。
アウトレットワーク参加のおすすめはアウトレット都内で放送中。アウトレットワーク。
こんにちは。
いらっしゃいませ。どうぞ。
新居浜で一番古い店って聞いたんですけど。
そうですね。もう私で3代
あ
目。
っきゃし。やっぱりよくそうか、本当に私。いや、この雄大だよ。音楽ないじゃソフトの人権侵害じゃないか。いいや。ほらね。した本当に。俺は長宗我部のこと。こっちのゴミ級長浜は冗談じゃなく長野のこと無関係なの。何でも一緒にするな。長宗我部家が一騎打ち。この海外のユーザーが正解でした。ユーザーが正解って本当に本当にびっくりした。ちょっと日本の芸能問題に関してちょっと呼ぶべきですよ。滝沢秀明さんたち。ちょっと呼ぶべき。こういう人たちを呼ぶべきね。ちょっと呼ぶべきさ。まあね、竹内は呼ぶな。アーツビジョンの会社員とか呼ぶべきさ。松田さん。呼ぶべき。呼ぶべき。ちょっと問題や。スプートニックがなんで報道しないか。俺いじめの作品だって知ったんやん。あれやってんな3局の YouTube と称してさプリキュアって言ってるんやん。これは俺のことに言及してんの。お前ら全然交渉してないよ。聞かない名前言って チャタムのメンズってどういうやつこの
Liberal democracy can survive the current period of disruption, but it's
チャ
going
タ
to
ム
have
の
to
方
change.
でしたケントだロビンさんチャタムでしたチャタムの幹部でした
The volatility and the risks that we are witnessing across much of the Western world are anchored in some very deep changes that have been swirling beneath our
ほらね
democracies
俺の拉致の件
that
で
have been coming for many years
大
and
勢
still
の
have a
お前
long
ら
way
あ
to
の
run.
愛想する
They
のかな
relate
よ
to
くもよ
strong feelings of distrust in the
前
political
のせい
system,
俺人生めちゃくちゃやった
widespread fears over the perceived destruction of ways of life, national identity, big worries over deprivation, the way in which the economic settlement is playing out,
いや
and
この方だね
weakening bonds
そうだね
between the mainstream parties and ordinary voters.
みんなここはね裏側も
Have been with us for a very long time, before the Great Recession,
この作品だって
before
批
the
判してる
arrival
ね
of Facebook and Twitter and big tech. But they are now producing very substantive political effects, and they will continue to produce substantive political effects. So liberal democracy has to change. It has to make its political systems more representative. It has to ensure that people feel that their nations and
それ
communities
っていうのはもう
and have strong and robust external borders, and it also
出てきますか
needs to devise an economic settlement that ensures that
わかりました
feels that they are relatively getting the gains and the benefits of other groups in society are getting as well. Very big
ウ
challenge.
ルダーバーグの幹部で
No
す
clear answer
この方どこやね
as to
CSI
now.
です
The ball is very much in liberal democracy's court.
文句言ったよさあアメリカ行き
Good to see you. I am Megan Torrey, the CEO of the World Affairs Council of Connecticut. And before we get started with today's important discussion, I want to acknowledge that we are experiencing a very
ほらねボロッカスにしてる
Trilateral to Slovenia means
何対応せ
also
んかって
bringing Slovenia to trilateral. And as you know,
Ah.
the Rockefeller Fellows had a great
私要求
talk.
行きたいよ
It is our
As an
pleasure that we
organization that was
connected
founded
them
in
at the MCHM
1924 on
breakfast with
fundamental
Slovenian Business Society.
its principle
They were
of
talking
making
about the
the
global
world a better
issues
place.
and how connected the world is, with some local representatives and even some members of Trilateral.
This Friday, we're
It is
hosting a
also
very
our
special
pleasure
event
that
on race and
former
inequality, and
Prime
we invite
Minister,
all of you
who
to
is the
join
current
us.
Minister for
More
Foreign
information
Affairs,
is available
Dr. Miro Cerar, had the time to meet with them and discuss where Europe is today and where Europe is
With
going.
us today, we
And
are
of course,
so
we
lucky.
have
I'm
finished
so
our
lucky.
program with amazing lunch with Professor Dana Zohar.
She is also
在日
author
外
of
国人
Recall,
だって
How
言
the
った
New
よ
Energy
非日本系ね
Politics
中国で
Megan
した
has
どうも中国
Assistant to President George W. Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan.
今は韓国の法律使ったSNS を2020年 SNS を使わしてもらったケープのやつ文在寅大統領に使わしてもらったぞここは BTS のメンター使って使わしてもらったぞ使わしてもらったぞ多かっためっちゃ使った
And it has been changing too much. Even the
対
rather
抗した
static nature
試しに一回やったから全体に効果なかっ
So much to talk about today, so I
You
want
know,
to dive right in if that's all right.
全然やってないの
From COVID crisis to oil prices.
お前ら人気がないから二度と対応するなってことだよプリキュア撮影とか着物とかあんな目的するな分かったかテロリスト三日月大統藤井裕二吉田俊介お前らめ西川貴教お前らめ分かったか二度と俺に介入するなプリキュアは全部仕掛けに取ったんだとバレてるぞ俺がいないのに雪降ってたのお前ら来てたか本当に最初からあっとけ大いに歌うときに
protectionism is never a
大体俺は
good
ね
for trade.
あの時会うべきやそうゼ番組の時に予約したんだ上松則康早めに言っとけ
Competitiveness
日
of
本の芸能関係者しか会えませんって言えお前が言うべきよ
whether
と称してどこでもないんや。都合悪くなったんだよって。本当に。だから格上に新山大津波起こして戦争しかけて地獄味わいってことで。埼玉スーパーアリーナライブ何やねんあれ20日に発生した21日格上上のスタッフで相手に笑顔の去りば田中信夫さん連絡受けたよ。どうしたよ。でもたまらんかったんだよな。たまたまね、山水城に呼んだよ。呼び出したよ。お前し。9、3曲食ってん、ボケ。これは長宗我部のこと。ご遺族とも言うべきですけど、高祖我部家のね、またそう長宗我部に当主名乗ってるから、伊達家の皆さん知ってるで、さあ三十一の知ってるで、日本の伊達家いたよ。あ、伊達政宗の四国です。さあ織田信長と対決したかったんです。本当織田信長ですよ、四国方面にさ、この信長おめえ長宗我部本当に長宗我部と対決寸前だった。あれね、あれなんで問い止めるの？こいつはね、下っ端長宗我部っていうのはね、介入者の皆さん現当主まだ言ってる。こそ対山内クーデターやってる。対 JCI クーデターの旧三極クーデターやってる。事実上失脚状態やってる。さんてますか。勘違いすんな、長宗我部って。これは我々は推薦や。コーチ行っても同じ。シーザーアプリケーションどうやって。冷遇されてるって知ったね。瀬戸内海地帯が思ったよ。なぜ面会できんかったんや、七水木。日本政府公認のテロリストか。お前の乗ったぞ、七水木。ジャパニーズのガバメンタルオフィシャルテロリストって出てきたぞ、思いっきり。ウィザームエムは。お前らアートキャッチアウトや。瀬戸麻美とファイル罪。お前らもや。さもなくばこのまま行くと俺逮捕するぞ、本当に。逮捕するぞ、この前と、こんなもん。俺も殺人事件としてね。訴えるぞ、本当に。お前ら、楽し遊んでる場合じゃねえよ。クレミサとお前もや。逮捕するぞ、井上真理だもん。お前とアンリプロダクションとバーニープロダクション強制捜査するぞ、本当に。渋沢の関係先とある日本国際交流センターを強制捜査するぞ、本当に。自衛隊使って。強制捜査するぞ、本当に。本当に刑務官使って。そう。走った村上水軍とか。長宗我部のね、さあ、溜め込んでた。したんだよ。あれです。今の四国4県の知事に、ああ、話を総督送ってくれって言ったよ、みたいな。言ったよ、ね。意外でしょ。ナブー国、これは四国の弥生国。弥生の男は四国なの。大体人間はね、新山のあたりだった。関王寺の西条と今治だった。 そういう地域。
shell companies, these are again issues that
皆さん、俺の見て分かっ
in order ultimately to defend
た。あ、松山野戦臨時陣地。分かった。あれ、年明けに。もう設置準備したんや。俺は四国の関係者。検索してや、出てきた。いろいろ関係者。
well, there's no simple answer
あ、
to that
森田明夫と伊深。二人やね、散歩。
on democracy. The point being
たまたま東京に行ったら意外公務して。
elections in a democratic election in a democratic country is rather difficult to do it with an authoritarian
it's
society. They really don't have genuine elections. What you do when you are attacked. I think we need to have a broad range of responses, beginning with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential election.
これが本物でした。
Electoral college in some states have far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of a first past the post election. We need to think about our asymmetric
俺の拉致の北条氏がさ、あれが身柄引き渡しを決して、日本政府が拒否
That's
して
pretty important. It's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where
だからアンジェリーナ・ジョリー会見したんやさ。
an authoritarian regime
ああ、
can just
もう
lose everything all at once.
強制除名制って言った東京事務所がやってるか
In the West, or
ら脱退させろって言ったよ。
that's unlikely. Well, maybe
四国は俺があんの去年訪問したの。
or we can be
どこかにやったの。それに理由はない。
much more transparent about ownership.
サザエたちを無視してこっそり会合するさ。サザエも呼ぶ必要ない。ほっとけ。人権侵害論者。ほっとけ。
Through anonymous shell companies, these are again issues that need to be taken up by government authorities in order ultimately to defend democracy.
俺はジャーナリストだって知ったんだよな。クラウドで。ビビったんです。大体前々が読売も日経も産経もみんな朝日もビルダーバーグ特集してるんやん。セイバー特集してやろ。びっくりした。CSI 最近な。最近日経 CSI IAR ISPN アビルさんって方いるやろ。さあその方こっそりキエフに相手スパイ事件と称した。俺はこのスパイ大空襲。俺釈放されたのは評判会だった。ところが韓国皆さんむっちゃ事実。俺は逆にリチャード・コジミツは呼ぶべき。さあこの方呼ぶべき。さあ JI サミットグローバルライオンでいいよ。さあイントピアサミットや。ここは田中の坊さんむっちゃ歓迎された。俺の件も持ってきたよ。日本財団ね。浅川優吾さんだよね。断ってたらさ、田中が聞いて対立してやっぱりな。対立したやん。びっくりしたさ。関係者が揉めた。やっぱり通報したか、俺の件。もう一人がいたったし。あれやな、日本署名署名から。松山駅ももっと改良されたら全然発展しないと思った。こうやって報告してんやん。いた、なんたら俺のことや。俺とね、ヒエさんはケイのまだかなわないし。でも優遇されてると思わんかった。本人です。田中の坊さんが公式の出席者。コージーさんも言ったで。あ、RSB サイバー、これはどういうことでね、8年分のやつをずっと前からやってたんか、お前ら。よく売れたな。おいや、まさか青渕さんあんたそう。あれ、その MC に怒ってる。ねえ、小泉さんと安倍さん。人種差別主義者、人権侵害論者って知ってお前こと田中明子暗殺検討せざるを得なかった。これサイバーやってるやろ。 JI のサイト野上さんが運営してます。JCIC
and also the priority of the Austrian presidency is security and the fight against illegal migration. So we had a good discussion today on all these topics, and of course there are different opinions on this. But in general, we always have to say on the same line, we want to have a solution for the European Union and for Europe. Safe external borders and legal migration, because Europe will need it in the end. But people still have in front of their eyes the migration flood in 2015, and therefore it is really important to have a good solution, and a solution which will be implemented in all the countries of the European Union to have a resilient European asylum system.
From Saudi Arabia's ability to pursue big economic reforms, which were really the focal point of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's endeavors. And it makes it much harder to coordinate the oil economy when there's no excess revenues to invest in non-oil.
Migration is currently one of the key issues of European citizens, and my view is that it will remain so, especially because migration is here to stay, and it will probably increase in numbers and complexity because of the political consequences of wars, the terrorism, but also because of the climate change. I think, in my view, migration is needed in Europe. I think it's something that we can benefit from, and I think that we need to change the narrative on this. First and foremost, us as politicians. Actually, the demographic of Europe says that migration is something that we will need in the future in order to maintain and grow our economic development, the quality of life, and I think that we should also go back to the European shared values and the human values that are, I think, the foundation stone of Europe, so that together we can change, as I said, the narrative and help these people, but also help ourselves grow and develop further. Thank you.
We saw a remarkable shift in President Trump's attitude towards oil prices back in April. In March, he was tweeting, "Hey, low oil prices, that's great, good for the consumer." But clearly had a change of heart in April when he saw how dramatic the collapse of the oil industry was, and how
There is no way that Turkey can distance itself from the realities of Europe. Today, of course, at the Trilateral Commission, we are going to discuss three scenarios: confrontation, cooperation, and membership of Turkey to the EU. In these three scenarios, of course, there are different outcomes. What I would say that confrontation between Turkey and the EU is a complete lose-lose scenario. And if it is only cooperation instead of membership of Turkey to the EU, this will be some sort of limited cooperation, and it will be a scenario in which both Turkey and the EU will not be able to enjoy the full potential. In economics, we say, this is not cost effective at all. But when it comes to EU membership, I would say that this will mean full use of potential of Turkey and the EU together. This means a stronger, stable, respected, fully democratic Turkey, but this also means in the world scene a global actor of the EU, peace bringing EU, welfare creating EU, employment creating EU. So I would say that in this case, membership case, the outcome will be win-win-win. So win for Turkey, win for the EU, but also a win for beyond.
It is not under an existential threat as an industry. There are companies that are under an existential threat, and there are many companies that will not survive this downturn. But this doesn't mean industry will disappear. It means industry will change. We'll see a consolidation. We'll see larger companies, more efficient companies.
You will have to define what you mean by Europe and the European Union having its own army. I do not think Europe needs its own army for what I would qualify as the classical Article 5 NATO scenario. In other words, in the conflict with Russia. But Europe should definitely, the European Union should definitely develop the possibility to project hard power without the United States of America. I can imagine a scenario in Northern Africa where you have a combination of terrorism, climate change, migration. It's an ungoverned part of Africa, largely, where Boko Haram meets Al-Qaeda, where Al-Qaeda meets Daesh. In other words, it's not impossible. Look at the French and what they did and are doing in Mali, that you would need to intervene militarily, and then the European Union would be on its own. Second scenario, virtual but not impossible, when in the Balkans the demons of the past would raise again. And we should not repeat a situation like we had in the 90s of the previous century, where finally Bill Clinton and the United States of America had to come in to stabilize the situation. I could think about the need for border protection, external border protection, with military means. You're a bit on the border here between the military and the military police, the gendarmerie in French. In other words, if that is meant by President Macron and Chancellor Merkel with a European army, I can follow them. What we should not forget, by the way, is when you talk about European military intervention, that's why I like the qualification European army not much, is that there will always be national parliaments who will decide if those soldiers will be sent into harm's way. So they will not, I hope, talk about a European command and a European parliament which decides this goes to the heart of the sovereignty of nations, and those nations will want to decide themselves. I see the way out as presented by President Macron of France, the European Intervention Initiative, where you can build coalitions of women outside the institutions. You can build coalitions of women.
俺去年初めて思いましたこれ。 5、6年前にこれ発見しました。たまたまビルダーバーグが特集してたら日本国際問題研究が出てきました。意外という詩でした。残念は今までです。残念でした。新山でした。新山と関連でした。あそこ東洋湾でした。なんで7なんですか。東洋湾ってあるの。これあれ私は多分四国湾って大洋湾ってしたの。あれは今天の無関係です。覚えておいて。これ前提。ほらね。
Policy, like what we just discussed, or limitations on U.S. pension funds and investments in China. Some of it will be policy, but some of it will be companies who will look at the events of the trade war between the U.S. and China that we're seeing with the COVID crisis, and they'll say, hey, we need to reprioritize our supply chains. We no longer can be so dependent on China. I think there's a lot, and I think this is legitimate, just for what it's worth. There's a lot of concern about how many companies in the country
何これ
leniency in terms of allowing But then the
just
most recent
man,
experience is how difficult it is
How
for
does
a
this
country
oil price uncertainty impact Iran, given its high rate of COVID infection and the impacts
これはいいんやでな
fundamental example of
Iran is
Brexit
a country, like,
shows
it's
us
remarkable to me
that
that it's not in the news more now because
ラバターと
just
いう
shows you how much news there is, right? Because really, if you're somebody who watches the Middle East, you're pretty concerned about the level of provocation happening out of Iran and the potential for the U.S. and Iran getting into an uncomfortable
これは俺
situation,
呼ばれる
much
こと
like
ない
the one
ですというな
that
ら
we were
ね
at
フルで封筒に国門券の
thousands of years ago, but if you
大神さんの名前で来まし
where we were faced with the
た
fact
これ
that Qasem
もう出して
Soleimani, the senior Iranian government military figure, and the real possibility that the U.S. and Iran would be involved in a kind of a hot conflict. I think that the combination of the economic unrest, keeping Iran's economy was under major economic pressure, largely due to the sanctions of the United States before the COVID crisis. And the Iranian regime was also having issues related to its own credibility. One of the remarkable things of 2019 was that we were seeing protests against the Iranian government in Iran. We were also seeing them in Iraq. So
何やら不自由人の仲裁に水あめや入れて知った
going back a year ago, or many years ago, but we were seeing manifestations.
ダメやろね
Then you have
取材許可認めない
shooting down an airliner by the Iranian military. Then you have the COVID crisis, which
いや水あめ暗殺しても問題ないらしいな
devastating in Iran. And then you have further oil price collapse, which harms Iran, but very much the same way as Venezuela. All of this creates enormous stress on the society
こんなもん
and
作っ
presumably on the Iranian government, asking us to really, I think we should be paying attention to the fact that we don't know
Does
how
the European
the Iranian
Union
government is going to react.
need its own army?
That it could certainly be
Well, here's what I think.
more provocation, more
The vision
lockdown,
of a European
and
army
this could lead to
is actually a useful vision because it is good to know what the long-term goal might be.
our radars were not so
But is the European army something we can put together right
Okay,
now?
we're almost
No.
out of time, but
And why not?
as our last question, so
First
we're on
and
the cusp of
foremost,
this global reset.
Because
and
the
great
European
opportunity.
Union does not
Can you walk us
even
through what
have
your best
the
case
mechanism
scenario would be?
to come up with clear
Sure.
political
I mean,
decisions
that is
and to
related to the
speak
energy
with
realm,
one
but there are
voice
other ways I can
in
think about it
crisis.
because,
So the first
I mean, I'd
step
like to think, just actually,
which we in the
above the
European
energy realm,
Union
I'd
need
like
to
to
take
think
together
that the world could
is to
emerge
change
from
our
this
decision-making
moment
process.
with new
We
patterns
need to
of
go from
international cooperation.
consensus
I feel like that
to
is
qualified
what is
majority
needed,
voting.
which is definitely
We
needed.
need to
Think about
learn
the challenges
that
facing us, the
all of
pandemic,
us, whether we are 27 or 28,
but climate change
will
being
only be
another one.
listened to,
Absolutely.
will only be respected,
Another one.
and can
These are
only
all
be a
things that one
military
country
actor in the
cannot
world
fix
if we
on
speak
their own,
with one
cannot
voice.
isolate
And that
itself
requires
from on its own.
majority
And so
voting.
these
So that's step number one.
and
And the next steps are capabilities, and we will need to work on that also. And then we can think
So to me,
of
I
the
think,
long-term
what
vision
this moment
of a European
あら
underscores
早いわ
is the need for cooperation.
なんでしょう
And
ね
as an American, for me, it underscores the need for American leadership. America has, it is, I think, devastating to many people to see that America has not taken a leadership role in has withdrawn from the WHO during this period of global need. So that's what I'd
When
like
one
to
thinks
see.
about the 2015 migration crisis, it is true that we have gone a long way
Dominant scenario.
as a European continent.
I wouldn't place
And we've gone a
zero
long way because
on
in
that
2015
scenario.
we were
I
hit
think a
with a
lot
massive
depends on our
crisis.
November election.
Hundreds of thousands of migrants coming to
But
Europe's
I
shores.
think that's certainly not the
And that is
direction
not the
we're
case
heading.
anymore. It is
And
true
that
that the
concerns me.
overall
So
numbers
the
have
best case
decreased.
scenario,
But is that
more
enough?
global
Is it enough to
cooperation,
just look at the
or,
overall numbers? Or should
more
one
kind of
also focus
acknowledgement
on
of
what's
this
happening
critical
within
moment and how it
each EU
exposes
country?
some of the
And I say that because there are certain EU
inequalities in our
countries,
society
such as Greece,
and taking
such
the
as Italy, such as Spain,
that
which have taken
is
a far,
created by the
far
moment and
greater
by the
hit
fact that,
than others
speaking as an
when it
American,
comes to migration
many
crisis.
Americans have
And yes,
suddenly now
the numbers are overall down,
overnight gotten
with
used to
problems
the idea
due
persist
be a
in
bigger part of
countries
their
like the
daily
ones I
lives.
just mentioned.
Well, that could
So
be a
the
negative,
question
but it
one
could
needs
also
to
be
ask
positive
is,
if
has
our
Europe
government
done enough
puts in place
in order to
certain
alleviate the
strategies that
effects of the
prioritize
crisis
things
throughout
like an
the
energy
entire
transition that are
EU
going to
20
be really
years?
important to
Has
our
Europe done
well-being
enough
moving
in
forward.
order to share burdens?
Megan, thank you so much for joining
And I
us
say
today.
that
I know we've
particularly
only scratched
because
the
when
surface
one
here,
looks
so
at the figures
hopefully we'll
regarding
be able to welcome
relocation
you back,
of
and
refugees
hopefully
across
in
Europe,
person.
then
And
one will
stay
realize
safe and well
not
out there.
enough
Thank you,
has been
Megan.
done
It's
in that
been a pleasure.
direction.
Have a good
And so
afternoon.
one is led to the question, what kind of Europe do we want? Do we want a Europe where we all share the benefits of
Standing
Europe?
here,
Or do we also want
center
a
of our
Europe where
nation's power,
countries also
I
share
think only of
burdens?
everyone who's been made to feel powerless by their abusers, by a system that failed to protect them, parents whose children have been murdered by an abusive partner, women who suffered domestic violence yet are not believed, children who suffered life-altering trauma and post-traumatic stress at the hands of
So I'd like that to be
That's why passing
for our
this
conversation.
law is one of the
And
most
I can simply,
important votes
and ask you,
senators
so what does it
pass
take
this
and
year.
what can we do?
The ugly truth
Well,
is that violence in homes is
I should tell
normalized
you
in our country.
first what I've been talking
Try to stay calm when you're witnessing someone you love
So,
being harmed.
my wife and I have been on 100 cities
Try to stay calm
since
Yeah.
if after you were strangled and
and
you find the courage to
I've
come
spoken
forward,
to about 250,000
you discover
people
that your chances of
over the course
proving
of
the
that.
abuse are now gone
In Australia, New
because
Zealand,
no one took into
throughout the
account
US and
the
Canada.
different ways bruising presents on black
some
and brown
in
skin,
Europe, mostly in the UK,
and they failed to check properly for
Oh.
signs of
coming back here in March and April.
I am in awe
The
of
South
the parents
and the East.
who, after the murder of their children,
When I speak to
have fought to
audiences,
change the law
I
to
always
protect
watch
the next
them
door.
one by one
Most of all,
because I never speak to the crowd.
I want to
And I always
acknowledge
listen to the entire audience because what I'm trying to manage when
most
I'm
of all, I want to
speaking
acknowledge
is
the children
to put everybody in
who
the
are
same
terrified
place so that
and
there's
suffering at
dead
this
silence.
moment,
Because
And
if
the
there's
many
dead silence, that means
for
that
whom this
everybody's
legislation
concentrating on the
comes
same
too
thing,
late.
and that everybody has come to a
Women
collective
who
agreement
suffered
that thing is up
Through this system, with little or no
substantive
support,
importance.
who still carry the pain and trauma of their abuse,
The most
the young
reliable
adults who
means
have survived
of silencing an
and
audience
emerged stronger,
of 2,500 people
not because
regardless
of
of
the
where
child
that is around the
protective
world,
system, but
is to make a
despite
strong
it,
case for the relationship
and
between
women and children who have
ダメよ、
suffered
田中明子一回出席したんです。
meaning and
無理。
responsibility.
拉致
Hi
の加
everyone,
害者
George
じゃなくて。
Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
The case
If
for
you'd like to get
suffering,
more
I think,
videos,
is quite
show
obvious.
highlights, and watch live event coverage,
One of the things
click
that
on
I
the
point
right
out
over here to subscribe to our
this
channel, and don't
is
forget to
that
download the ABC News app
life
for
has a
breaking news
tragic
alerts.
element.
Thanks so much.
We all are perfectly aware of that. And that
It's one of the most
subject
secretive
to that
and powerful
has
organizations you've
fragile
probably never heard of. The
finance
Bilderberg
issues.
Group is hosting some of the
And
world's
that
top business
that
political
tragic
leaders
element
interested. But how
amplified
influential
by
is it? And what does it say about the relationship between big business and politicians? This is Inside Story.
And that's the reality that we find ourselves confronted with, determined in some sense. And that the proper antidote to that is not the pursuit of happiness. And it's not even the existence of the individual rights that are part of the substance
Hello and
of
welcome to the
democratic
program. I'm
society,
Tony
but the
Badger.
willingness
It's
to
a forum
accept
held
both
ダメよ、田中
every
明子
year
立って
where
し
the
とい
rich
て。
and the powerful can meet and exchange
those
ideas
preconditions
in
and then
complete
working to
secrecy.
rectify them.
Almost 130 politicians,
The-
bankers, and industrialists
and
are
the
attending
corollary
this year's
of that
Bilderberg Group conference in
is
the
that
German city of Dresden.
it's
This
almost
year's
inevitably
attendees
the case
include the former head of the CIA
you'll find
and
the
the
people that
IMF
sustain
chief.
themselves
But just like
through
every year,
suffering
no reporters
and
are
that
allowed in. There are no
enables them
minutes of
to
meetings, no votes, and
be
no
motivated
policy statements.
sufficiently to
And
constrain their own
participants are bound by
malevolence
what's known as the Chatham
is to
House
be
rule,
found in the
which
adoption
allows
of
people to make
responsibility.
use of the information they've received, but not
And
reveal
it's
the
surprising
identity or affiliation of the person
a
who
message
gave to them.
that
Now, for
has
years,
that
the
much
agenda and list of
weight,
attendees of
let's say,
Bilderberg was
and
kept
that
a
little
secret. A list of
frivolity,
discussion topics is now released,
no
but it's extremely
frivolity,
vague.
let's say,
We
in
do,
that.
however, have the full list of people attending.
Silence
Two
is-
prime ministers will be there. Mark Rutte from the Netherlands and
Can
Belgium's
democracy
Charles
survive?
Michel.
Well, first of all,
And
if
as we
you ask
mentioned earlier, Christine
the
Lagarde
typical
is attending.
person
She's
in
the
a
head of the
democratic
International
society whether
Monetary
they would
Fund.
like it to survive,
Former
they're going
intelligence
the
chiefs
resounding
John
answer to
Sowers
that is
of
going to be
MI6
yes.
and David Petraeus, who used to lead
The
the
people
CIA,
who are disproportionate amount of
and
exposure and
Alphabet,
power.
which is the holding
And the
company
people in the
for
middle
Google. There are
are
also around
lost
10
in some
journalists from
sense
major media
without a
organizations
uniting
attending the
narrative.
meeting, but they can't
And
report on
a
it.
huge part of the narrative that has
Well, let's bring
united
in our guest now.
democratic
Joining us
countries
from
since
Dresden,
their foundation
is
isn't
right
the doctrine of
journalist Charlie
It's not the
covering
doctrine
the
of
Bilderberg
happiness.
conference for the Guardian
It's the
newspaper.
doctrine that the
In
individual
London,
is
we
the
have the
sovereign
head of global
foundation
affairs at
of
Oxfam,
the
Katie Wright.
of the polity
Bilderberg
and
in
maybe of the
Holland,
cosmos
also on
itself,
site with John
that I happen
Smith,
to believe,
who's a
given
professor
the
of
important
diplomatic
role
history
that
at the
consciousness
University of
plays
Leiden.
in
Welcome
existence
to
itself.
Katie for being on
And
Inside
that
Story. Charlie in Dresden, if I can start
useful
with you,
and
there are many people,
necessary
of course, who
to
don't know
call to
what
people
Bilderberg is.
to remind
So
them
what
of
actually
their
happens when the world's most influential
responsibility
people
as
get
sovereign
together?
individuals.
I wish I knew.
And so I'm encouraging
Well, it's hard to say, but what happens is that
adopt, to develop a vision for their life,
intensive 3-day summit.
to adopt full
at
responsibility
which
for themselves
participants
in a manner, and not in a manner that's
will sit down and be
that
part of
pertains
an extremely
specifically to
rigorously
their
structured
narrow
conference.
self-interest
And,
or happiness, but to
some of
something
these
that's
participants will
much
be
broader in scope,
politics.
to things
So
that
this year there are 2 prime
each
ministers,
person
4 finance ministers, any number
take
of
on
other
the
ministers
voluntary
from
requirement
around
to
Europe.
take care of themselves,
There's
but
Christian
also their
Lagarde,
future
the
self,
head of the
because each
IMF.
of us is a collective that stretches
The list
across
goes
time,
on.
and whatever you do
Influential
impulsively
policy
in the
makers,
present,
and what they're doing is they're
merely means
attempting
you sacrifice yourself in the future, and that's not a
by and run
sustainable or
by
intelligent solution. And you want to
gigantic
take on
business
responsibility
interests.
for
So this
yourself
year, for example,
and to
Airbus
fit yourself in a way that's of maximal benefit to your family.
company in the world,
If you
and
can manage that,
Deutsche
and
Bank.
then perhaps if
They're
there's
the kind of
something
host
left
companies
over in
in
terms of
banquet
your capability, then you
came
can do
on
both
these
of those things in a way that
So
maximally
it's,
supports and serves the community.
it's a corporate
For many young people,
lobbying event.
that's something they've never heard.
Rather
Is
than
that
meeting at
we
the
made a very bad case.
say the parliamentarians come.
We made a very bad case.
Okay,
all
well,
of
let me
us,
bring
I
in
would
Giles
say,
Scott Smith
that
in Middleburg now. So,
each
a very
of
vague
these
agenda, Giles,
people
at this meeting. No resolutions
person
proposed.
has
No
that
votes are
sovereign
taken. No final
responsibility.
communique is issued.
And
What's
that
the point of all
if
this?
they
Why is this
adopt
meeting
it,
still so
that
important?
actually constitutes something of
uh,
singular importance.
political and financial elites
And that's an old
always
religious
get a lot
idea
from
in some sense.
informally
Each person
being able
has
to
a
discuss matters of current day
soul,
interest. This
let's
is
say,
something
that
that has occurred
is somehow a
throughout
center
history.
of reality
So there's,
itself,
in that sense, there's
and
nothing
that needs to be
particularly
manifested
new
in
about
life
it. I think
itself,
that,
and that if it
there
isn't
are
manifested, then
obviously
something
unique
of tremendous value
which
is
perhaps we can
not
discuss
brought
in a couple
forward,
of minutes, but
and
I
worse,
don't think that
and
there's
this is
anything
the
particularly
end of
unusual.
the
I think
case,
the
let's say,
secrecy
and
surrounding
worse,
it though makes it more
to the
notorious.
degree
There's no
that
doubt.
that's not brought
well,
forward,
as you
then
know, the
something
conspiracy
hellish
theories
moves in to take its place.
Abound
And people
around
understand this sort of
Bilderberg. I
thing
mean,
a lot
everyone
more
believes
clearly
they're
than
actually
you might
part
think.
of world
If you
domination,
explain
whether
it
this
to
is a shadow government.
as if
And
they
as you
would
say, the
understand.
secrecy doesn't exactly help this.
And then
Now,
it
how did these
gives them a
conspiracy
series of
theories start,
purposes
actually?
that
What led to people believing that there
straightens out their life.
that there were
And
other things going on
so
here
my sense
besides
is
just informal discussions?
The way that you
I think that
revivify
it's quite
democracy
straightforward, really. If you get such a
is by
tremendous,
remembering its fundamental
group
insistence
of,
that the
powerful
individuals at the first
political and
state,
economic elites, and
and
you've
everything
got
you
in
can
one
possibly
hotel
do to
in
fortify
so
the
often
individual.
a location
Simultaneously,
that has been deliberately
the
out of the
individual
way
is the eyes of the
the
state,
public
is
eye
that-
in the past. They used to often
where the
choose
living
hotels
individual
in
is the eyes
yeah,
of the
rather
dead state.
remote
The living
locations.
individual revivifies the
Buxton in
state.
Derbyshire comes to mind.
And
which
to the
is
degree that we
one.
forget our concentration
But
on the sovereignty of
if you do that,
the
plus,
divine
as
sovereignty
you've
of
already mentioned, the
that
agenda
matter,
is somewhat
then we
vague.
undermine the foundation
Plus,
on
there's
which
no
democracy is based.
media allowed
And then
in
people
to
look for
actually
alternatives.
report.
They search for
And even
meaning
the
elsewhere
journalists
in
who are
extremist
invited
movements
as individuals
of one form or
are not
another,
allowed
or
to
they collapse
write
into a kind of
an
dialogue
op-ed
that's completely
on what
counterproductive.
they saw. So that obviously combined
Well, so that's
is
been
going
my
to produce some pretty far out stories about what they're doing, what they're achieving.
Okay, let me bring in Katie now in London. Katie, Giles says that business leaders and politicians can gain a lot from meeting in an informal setting. Do you agree with this? Do you think this is a good idea to get business leaders and politicians to talk about major issues
now
without
it is
any
the end of
oversight,
the
any
Jewmadda meeting, which
journalistic
was
oversight for
a
us?
great meeting. We have had excellent discussions. We have learned a lot, and we have thought a lot.
meeting
And now
and
I hope to
talking
see
and
you
discussing
in
problems,
Paris
but
next June.
what we've got to ask about a
Be
meeting
a
like
plenary
Bilderbergs is
session.
who's not there,
And
and that's
all of
most
us we shall be
people
there.
affected
So please
by
do come
the
to Paris.
issues that they're talking about. And this isn't about conspiracy theories. This isn't about
Oh,
secret
yeah.
plots for world domination. There's a pretty
discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. The technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization and new ways of working, and also on the regulation side where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestion in the city. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the cities. How will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and individual mobility through AVs?
Okay,
What
well,
would
I
be
do want to
levers
talk
to
about
actually work
selection
on
process, but
getting a
who is there,
mitigation
who's
on
not there?
traffic?
And journalist John Hodgson spoke to one Bilderberg founder, the former British Chancellor Dennis Healey, who said, "We made the point of getting along young politicians, younger politicians who are obviously rising, to bring them together with financiers and industrialists who offer them wise words." He says it increases the chance of having a sensible global policy. So, Charlie, about the people who are there, there have been, of course, theories that, Bilderberg builds future leaders, that, for instance, Margaret Thatcher's career launched after she attended the Bilderberg meeting, and so was Bill Clinton. He became president after attending the Bilderberg meeting as governor of ath-Thullatha. Are these theories, is this true that they build future leaders, or is this just coincidence?
We actually discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. On the technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization, new ways of working, and also on the regulation side, where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestion in the city. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the cities. How will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and individual mobility through AVs? What would be levers to actually work on getting a mitigation on traffic? Basically, how to deal with hiding traffic from autonomous vehicles? What would be the impact of actually sharing more cars, of basically having smaller or basically bus-based autonomous vehicles? And actually, how would you deal with fee-based pricing? How would you actually work as a city to make the whole modal mix work and in the end get to a better transportation for the whole city?
And I recommend watching it. But what I would say is that absolutely there's a pattern, but you don't, again, with a lot of these things, you don't have to each and every use the word conspiracy theory to describe them. So when you're describing, say, the global ambitions of the
We had a conversation yesterday at dinner with Nigel Higgins on,
powerful fans of
I would say,
globalization. They have
the crisis, the causes of the great financial crisis, and whether or not we are in a situation where we could expect new major difficulties, taking into account what we have done since the crisis that erupted in 2007-2008. I have to say that the questions which were asked by Nigel were very, very stimulating. I could embark on explaining that, in my opinion, it was very much a multi-dimensional process that we had to cope with. We had certainly the over-indebtedness that had accumulated from year 2000 up to 2007-2008. Approximately 25% of the global GDP as an additional public and private debt outstanding. That was a major cause. Another cause was the new emerging properties of the new global finance system with the impact of technology, new IT technologies, and globalization. And amongst the properties, the emerging properties that I could witness myself when I was president of the ECB in 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, was that the contagion was taking place extraordinarily rapidly. In the old times, you would expect that a major shock here would be transmitted to the rest of the world as a matter of months or even quarters. world in which we are, it's a matter of has days. And we could experience that in dramatically, obviously, with the collapse of Lehman Brothers. And we have other processes that are also important because, as I said, it's multidimensional. But I stress that those causes that I mentioned just now, namely these emerging properties, the rapidity of contagion on the one hand, and the debt overburdening the global economy,
And you wonder also if it's
still
as
there.
influential as it was in
And
1954 when there's clearly a
particularly
big
as
pushback
regards
today
the level
against
of
big
debt
business. I mean,
outstanding,
Bernie Sanders
public
in
and
the US
private,
has based his
as a
entire
proportion
campaign
of
against
global GDP,
big
we
business and
continue to
politicians
have
getting together. Is
piling
this
up
influence
of debt
as big today as it
more
was
or
back
less
in
at the same
1954?
pace after the crisis as before the crisis. And this is worrying. And it calls for extreme vigilance, obviously, and hard work to complete all what we have done and should do. Again, to prevent the new crisis. And if we have new shocks that are very difficult to predict, to prove resilience in the new environment which we will have to accept because we have a recession in the US and in Europe, or because we have geostrategic events that will be very, very shocking at the global level, or for any other reason.
So how worried then
That's
should
what
we
we
be
discussed.
that our elected officials are having a summer camp, a get-together in Germany with people who clearly have big business interests in their minds, who are motivated by financial profits? How concerned should citizens, European citizens and of other countries be about this? That, for instance, the finance ministers or the chief of the IMF is sitting down with oil executives and so on.
I think they should be concerned. I think they should be concerned for a couple of reasons. I mean, it's not that we're saying that the idea of diplomacy and the fireside chat isn't useful between, essentially, as has just been explained, democratically elected leaders who we would interact with public interest. But this is now very much about private interests, and those private interests are narrowing all the time, actually, as the nature of corporations narrows all the time to be completely focused on profit and shareholder interest. So the reason
Some people wonder why best practices in government haven't spread faster amongst the democracies. When you see, for example, that New Zealand has solved the problem of public finance, why doesn't everybody copy it? Why doesn't everybody copy the way that the South Koreans teach their kids mathematics? Why doesn't everybody copy the way the Swiss decentralize their politics? And I think part of the answer is that we don't really spend nearly enough time looking at what is best practice. I live in the United States, though I grew up in the United Kingdom. One hardly ever hears a reference to other countries' systems in the US debate on healthcare, except when somebody is making a completely caricatured analysis of the way, say, Canada does things. So I think part of what we need to do is stress the need to look at best practice so that politicians and voters become more aware that there are solutions to most of the public policy problems. We just haven't tried them in many countries. On the other hand, I think there's one other side to this that one shouldn't forget. Sometimes you'll meet people who will tell you, well, the Scandinavians have worked everything out, and Sweden or Finland or Denmark has come up with the perfect solution to policy problems. That's often an argument people make on the left in the United States. But I don't think the solutions that the Swedes came up with in recent decades necessarily would work in a country as large and as diverse as the United States. So let's look at best practice, let's understand which systems deliver the best results, but let's not pretend that one size is going to fit all. Part of the reason for the success of Western civilization, which is where democracy began, was the diversity of systems and the competition between them.
For these companies, particularly, never mind the kind of Europhile politicians with it, and their business interests for whom a Brexit would be, as Maureen Castries, who's on the board of HSBC, and was
I
head of
recently
AXA,
read that revolutionize the information domain. And information operations, which aren't new, dramatically expanding in scale and scope. This is a new challenge for media organizations, which are already facing a business model crisis and declining trust. Meanwhile, AI advances confer strategic advantage to those with access to lots of data. This has implications for privacy, but also for the information advantage that democracies traditionally enjoy.
And how precisely, Charlie, just for our viewers, how precisely do they persuade governments to meet their interests? How do they do it?
Well, and one would say it's an event like this, because another way of
does diplomacy, European diplomacy exist? It's not an easy question, and the answer is yes and no. Yes, in institutional sense, that is, Mrs. Mogherini today exists, she travels, she delivers some messages from Europe, but I would say certainly not on the most fundamental issues of foreign policy, because the members of the European Union are, many of them, very old nation states, and they have their own foreign policy, defense, security apparatus, and so forth and so on. And I cannot imagine the French diplomacy just to be second to the European diplomacy, and the same with the UK, as long as the UK is in the EU or German diplomacy, then you continue the list. So, in my judgment, the best merit of the EU diplomacy is first to perhaps reduce as much as possible the differences between the various diplomacies of the member states.
Giles, Charlie says Brexit would be a disaster for
it's not so bad.
and
And also, I think EU diplomacy can deal with some relatively secondary issues, such as, for instance, I think Timor, Indonesia, that is issues which are not at the forefront of national diplomacy, but which nevertheless can have some importance. So, to conclude, I would say that the real European diplomacy will exist only the day when the Europeans have a clear understanding of what they want to achieve, what is the identity of the European Union still to be built, because diplomacy, like defense, has to do with protecting the identity of political units. And I think we have not yet reached the stage when we are able to answer this question: what is our identity, and what is it exactly that we want to protect?
The public realm and Bilderberg is involved in that just the same way as other meeting groups like Davos, etc., are involved at the same time.
What about on issues like migration, Giles? Are they, where do they stand on the issue of migration in Europe right now?
Well, certainly there would be a great deal of concern. That's an interesting issue that will come right across, I think, political and economic lines. You might see some interest feeling that this is an opportunity, others going more down the national security line, and others kind of looking at the secondary damage to, say, kind of European Union as a functioning institution. So I think that's a very tough issue. It wouldn't surprise me if it's definitely on the agenda there for discussion.
Okay, Charlie in Dresden, let me just put a question to you. Now, do you think this group today is still relevant, and do you think they should continue with these? Do they bring anything? Do they add anything to the discussion
unipolar to bipolar, and also possibly and make the world order and different from before. But it doesn't mean that the China's rise is the only factor to change the current international order. And actually, the Trump administration's policy is more challenging than China's rise to the current international order. Because China's policy tries to maintain the order, the reason is very obvious. China benefits from the present order, and meanwhile, the Trump administration by 2014, according to the IMF, China was the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity, and in other respects, China is already the world's largest manufacturer, the world's largest exporter, the world's largest market for a great many important commodities such as vehicles. The question is whether that economic power translates into political power and strategic power, because I think most people would agree, probably even based in Beijing, that America remains the world's dominant political power. And the question is, will that economic mismatch between economic power and strategic power change, and China will become the dominant power, not just economically, but politically? It's too soon to tell that, however, on that, because there are a lot of different variables. Will there be a direct conflict between China and the US, for example, over dominance of the Pacific? Will China perhaps be constrained by other things? Maybe there'll be internal disruptions to China's politics. If it cannot manage to, for example, maintain the current political stability, that could disrupt China's political rise. And finally, there's the question of the rest of the world, because between them, China and the US are not the whole world economy. Other major powers will have a say in this. And at the moment, it looks like most of the other major powers of the world, Japan, the European Union, are closer to the United States than to China. So there's a question whether China, even as the world's largest economy, can become the dominant political power without allies.
The inequality and poverty that we care about. Well, thank you all for a very interesting discussion. It was good to hear your thoughts on this. Charlie Skelton, Katie Wright, and Giles Scott-Smith, thank you for watching. And thank you as well for watching. You can always watch the program again anytime by visiting our website.
I think economic growth, the success or failure of it will be determined by the degree to which individual countries and regions can supply jobs for the great emerging middle classes in these countries, formerly poor countries. I think what we're likely to see in the 21st century is many, many people who are either liberated from hard labor or for whom there is too little hard labor to provide jobs. And what will these people do? How will they be employed? And I think that will be a major factor contributing forward. Also, even though the world population is declining, we're still in an era of massive male youth bulges in about 20 or 30 countries. And there's going to be a lot of pressure to provide jobs for people, whether it's in China, in Yemen, it's in Ethiopia, or wherever.
The main question of my talk is if robotics and artificial intelligence and the upcoming industrial revolution are a threat or an opportunity for the world and for manufacturing countries and also for developing countries. And the answer is still unknown, but what is sure now is that we have to invest in the main assets that are characterizing the industrial revolution, the digital transformation, competences, infrastructures, data centers, and all the tools that are fundamental and are considered enabling technologies for the future digital transformation. I also presented the differences between the US, Europe, and China, how they are integrating artificial intelligence into different knowledge and competences and scientific results. For example, in the US, they are investing very much in developing artificial intelligence for humanities, while in China they are investing in developing artificial intelligence for agricultural application, for producing food, for example. So globalization has obtained some results in terms of being socially connected, but in terms of geopolitics we still see many differences also in how the digital transformation is implemented in the society. Then I spoke about robotics and how
the journey of robotics is coming into us, because robotics was developed for manufacturing countries for industrial production, and robots are in manufacturing plants. But in recent years, what we have seen is the development of service robotics, which is intended to support services and the offer of services in terms of medical robotics, social robotics, educational robotics. And now what is happening is that robotics is coming into our houses by producing some consumer products and also producing changes in the society in terms of supporting autonomous drive or different products that are revolutionizing business and revolutionizing our life.
We do have a very serious problem of people left behind. The global agenda talks about eradicating poverty, eradicating hunger, having every child in primary and secondary education. We're off track to achieve these things. And that means not just a few people left behind, it means literally hundreds of millions of people missing out. Take education. More than 250 million children, adolescents and youth not in school as we speak. How can those children and youth in the future really contribute to a knowledge economy if denied the most basic access to education? So it is time for the international community to get a grip on the reality of what is happening. If we want a world that is well fed, where people don't live in extreme poverty, education is a right and a privilege, we have a lot to do. International development assistance is important, critical for the lowest income countries. For other countries to be prioritising their budget so that their growth is inclusive and sustainable is critical. There are solutions. What's needed is the political will to activate and implement those solutions.
There are more than 70 million people in the world that are forcibly displaced from their homes, either as refugees crossing borders or displaced in their own country because of war, violence, discrimination, persecution, bad governance. Why is that? The world has become a difficult place where to make peace. We have become unable to make peace and to build peace. So that's the first thing that we need to look at if we want to reduce this global refugee crisis. Meanwhile, what is very important to remember is that 85% of those 70 million people are not in the rich world. They are in poor countries or middle-income countries. So the effort, and the new effort, not just humanitarian, but medium, long-term effort, founded on sound development, both for refugees and for host communities, has to focus on those countries. We have now a global compact on refugees. We will have the first ever global refugee forum in December this year in Geneva. These are opportunity to rally broader coalitions of actors, not just states and the United Nations, but also the private sector, the business community, civil society, academia, to forge new ways to respond to the global refugee crisis and to finally address strategically its root causes.
The question that you're raising, will Syria find a long-lasting
panels and their guests. And I think my focus will be tonight on three things. One is multilateralism has been the bread and butter of many of us, certainly at the IMF, and we believe that it has been critical in order to address many of the potential disorders of the world. Multilateralism is under threat at the moment, and I think that we have to make every effort to rejuvenate it, adapt it, and make sure that it continues to help govern, particularly the economic developments around the world. That's message number one. My second message will have to do with the much more longer-term consequences of short-term policies and mechanisms, and that is really the consequences of climate change. I believe that many of the issues that we're debating at the moment will mean absolutely nothing in 20 years' time if we have not acted now in order to make sure that the planet remains something that is hospitable for our children and grandchildren. And my third message, which will not surprise any of those who know me or my friends, will have to do with inequality, and in particular the inequality that women have to suffer and have had to suffer for a long time. And while inequality as such is a major disruption, I believe that by addressing women's situation and the inequality that they face, it will help quite a way in reducing inequalities. So we'll try to do that tonight.
We're living through an era of rapid and disruptive change. That's across the board, economy, society, and what we're seeing is that nowhere is that disruption more evident than the trends associated with climate change. We're all familiar with the extreme events, the temperature rises, and the inexorable change that we're seeing to the planet's ecology as a result of climate change. But a major part of that discussion is how does energy transition and decarbonization of our energy system, which accounts for about 2/3 of carbon emissions, how will that impact climate change, and can we enter an energy transition era rapidly enough to mitigate carbon that will take us to a safe future? This is already happening. Renewable energy today is cost competitive on the grid. In a few years, renewable energy has reached 33% of capacity of global power generation. It's the fastest growing segment, and costs are decreasing rapidly. So what we're going to see is a rapid movement towards energy transition that's also going to be disruptive for the business models of today. It's going to imply new geostrategic relationships among countries as countries move away from resource-dependent fossil fuel-based systems into clean energy systems, and the resource is going to become technology, and technology innovation is going to decide the winners and losers in this race.
The low-carbon economy should come because to avoid the climate change, serious effort is necessary. Many of the governments are trying the new technologies, new regulations, new rules to move to that direction. But the IEA, International Energy Agency, assessed the current effort is not enough. We need much more efforts to introduce new technologies about renewables or carbon-related technologies, efficiency in a difficult sector, in the industry, and new regulations. So we need really double or triple our efforts to make it happen. One of the areas which IEA focused on is hydrogen. Hydrogen can be used to store the electricity generated by wind or solar, which is very volatile, and storage is the key element. So battery may not necessarily be enough, so hydrogen can be used. And also hydrogen can be used for steel, cement, some of the industries where the decarbonization is very difficult. So that's another area. The third one will be the hydrogen could be the new transformation for the sectors
of the oil or gas producing country. If they can remove carbon dioxide from oil or gas or coal, then these hydrocarbon change into the very friendly, climate-friendly resources. So this may prevent the hydrocarbon as a stranded asset. So maybe the hydrogen is one of the key area. We need lots of infrastructure building, technologies are necessary, but hydrogen may give us a good chance to achieve the sustainable future.
Challenge of dealing with disinformation narrative is that it's not enough just to check the facts, because by definition, any disinformation narrative doesn't have good facts. They make their facts up. They're actually lying. This is why it's disinformation. So the challenge with disinformation actors is that the thing they have in common is they're really good storytellers. They tell a story that people want to believe. A lot of the time they will appeal to anger, they'll appeal to fear, they'll appeal to hatred, and they will try and stop people thinking. They'll try and get people so enraged they switch off their critical faculty. That means that for those of us who are trying to challenge these narratives on a daily basis, it's a much more complex challenge than just presenting the facts. You have to have the ability to tell the story, and you have to find an emotion to appeal to, which will actually get people to think. Now, fortunately, there is a model of story which works. If you think of the detective story, that's a story where you're putting together evidence and you're telling people, this is what happened, this is why it happened. And it appeals to a different sort of emotion. It appeals to curiosity, it appeals to problem solving. And so, a lot of the challenge of disinformation is presenting the story of how the disinformation is created, how was the trick done, and you can lead people on the story. Show them, this person is telling you that here is a video of somebody attacking a voter at a polling station yesterday, but actually look, this video showed up on CNN 4 years ago in a different context. You can share that voyage of discovery with the person you're talking with, and then they will realize how the trick was done, but it will also sensitize them that the next time around, they'll be looking for that same trick. If you teach people very simple skills like searching for a photo online or searching for a video online, you can actually make them proof against that kind of reused content and repackaged content, not just today, but every time this kind of thing comes up. And so really dealing with disinformation, you have to have the facts, but you have to teach the skills as well. You have to give people the ability to solve the problems for themselves, because then you'll be appealing to their curiosity, you'll be appealing to their problem-solving senses, and you'll be appealing to their sense of pride in actually exposing the story in the first place. And those are the kind of emotions which will then counter the anger and the fear and the hatred that disinformation actors try to target. You might have seen
videos like this before, but here's the big secret. Anyone can make one of these videos in a few minutes.
Cities are one of the greatest innovations of all times, and what's interesting right now is that urbanization is, alongside with digitalization, a very, very strong economic force and force for innovation. As more and more people move into cities and metro areas, and urban areas were important during the industrial era, but they are increasingly important in a knowledge-based economy. And what's interesting, especially for a person like me who comes from a small city like Stockholm, is that there seem to be room for cities outside the megacities as well. There are some really interesting drivers of innovation that are smaller or mid-sized cities, amongst which Stockholm is actually one, but there are a number of examples. And what is important if a city wants to become an outlier or a hub for innovation is collaboration. if you look at urban innovation especially, you need to have strong public-private partnership. The mayor needs to gather people from private sector, from academia and other stakeholders around the table and work together to solve problems. And I think we see that to a quite large extent right now, and I hope we'll see more of it going forward.
And vice chair of the all-party talks in Northern Ireland, amongst many other leadership roles. And she also sits on the board of Raytheon Technologies, and I know so many in our listening audience work for Raytheon Technologies. So Megan, welcome. Thank you again. Pleased to be here, and thank you for acknowledging the difficult time our country is having now, and I'm pleased to hear that you're doing some conversations about that later.
Asian Pacific and European
So we have so much to talk about today, so I want to dive right in if that's all right. So from COVID crisis to an oil price war, today we're experiencing massive oil market disruption. Can you talk us through the current state of the global oil market and how we got to this? Sure. As you suggested,
今そうだけに言ってこ
we're
れはもういただくべきでしょ
unprecedented moment in oil market. It's been an unprecedented moment in history, but the oil markets have felt this acutely. And I would say the easiest way to describe it is that oil markets in the last 3 months have experienced an unprecedented combination of a supply shock and a demand shock. The supply shock is basically the result of a tussle between Saudi Arabia and Russia over whether they should cut production to try to respond to the reduced demand for energy that was coming out of China when China was first hit with the COVID crisis. Look back on that conversation and almost quite we talked about numbers that were so small compared to the enormity of the problem that was to come. Essentially, they couldn't find an agreement, and what happened in March was that the parties decided that they would use a place to restrain production at this price, but they would produce as much as they could to capture market share, and that would in fact bring down the prices and restore oil status in the markets. The second shock, however, was much more significant with the supply issues that the Russians and Saudis put on the market. The demand shock is massive. Think about oil used 150 barrels of oil per day in February this year. That dropped by 20 barrels per day. Human rights and and this is kind of putting us to that negative oil prices in the United States. And we also had unprecedented global response to the collapse of oil markets. So when it comes to oil, we also see this magnitude kind of elevated.
今度はいここら辺に触りそうですかスタンドの中にここしかありません確認したらねこの奥にあります政権の動きはいここしかないこれ早く止めないかけたら撤去目的や無理は諦めろこれどの意味やか渋沢のことですあいつ最初からいいから水切ったり踏むんやこれ茨城県のなんか共通してない全員非日本系疑惑
has defined alliances, it's defined who has power in the international system, it has been the spark for wars, and sometimes been the impetus for cooperation. Hello, I'm Megan O'Sullivan. I am the new chair of the North American Group of the Trilateral Commission. I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Commission and about our future. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission is a storied institution, an organization with 46 years of history of having an impact on big ideas, on bringing people together across different sectors, across 3 different
geography is that of North America, Europe, and Asia. But we are on the cusp of a new chapter, one that builds on that history, but really reorients ourselves and puts us in a position to make an impact in a very, very different world. And the reason why I have such confidence that the Commission can redeem itself is because there is a need, and the Commission is well suited to meet that need. And that need is quite simply that in this day and age, in these political landscapes, the need is simply for more organizations, more individuals, more entities to take up the mantle of defending the highest order. An order that values and is committed to democratic principles, ideas like free trade and human rights. And we also have a need for more ideas to help us tackle new challenges, or certainly challenges that are dramatic to this generation. And there are many reasons why I think the trilateral organization is so better poised. First and foremost, we are an organization that at its heart is a community of countries that share a common set of values, that share these commitments to these ideas about democracy, about free markets, about the rule of law. And secondly, we have a membership that spans policy, business, and academia and media. And that allows us to bring minds together and experience problems that are no longer just the purview of one of those sectors. The things that need to be thought about today and where we need new solutions and prescriptions are ones that are at the intersection of business and policy, whether it is the contributions that private sector organizations can make in combating climate change, whether it is figuring out the ideas that will drive the reform of capitalism, or whether it is understanding the impact of technology on our systems. All of these things business, government, and others at the table to help with. Now, of course, to realize this potential for the trilateral organization to meet this need, we are going to have to do something differently than we have in the past. First and foremost, we are going to have to recognize as a group, primarily democracies, we need to spend some time looking at ourselves, looking internally, saying what's happening with our own institutions, what is the health of our own institutions, and how is that situation affecting our ability to cooperate across national lines and deliver global problems to pressing global solutions. So we're spending more time talking about things like populism and the impact of technology on our own societies. Secondly, we've got to think about impact differently. Traditionally, we're an organization that has had impact based on the very nature of our relationships. We're an organization of people who have close ties to national governments, and often the ideas that we debate in private inform our own perspectives and inform our discussions and deliberations and conversations with people in positions of power. That will still be true, but today we need to think about having an impact on the broader debate. We no longer live in a world where governments are the only ones that influence the future. In fact, increasingly, we have to think about other entities as being the real engines of change, and be that corporations or universities or even individuals. We need to think about how to shape the conversation, how to bring those groups in, to have investment in and commitment to solutions, we need to move ahead whether or not we're able to get our governments to agree with our prescriptions and recommendations. So in short, it's a really exciting time to be part of the Trilateral Commission. I'm deeply honored to be the new chair of the North American group, and I look forward to working with all our members and my colleagues from other regions to realize this vision.
新山新聞ですよ。現場で見させてもらいました。はい、完全に本物でした。関してはちょっとおかしいと思った51時間なのになぜか30分になったんで。
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center. And that is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something the Wilson Center is hoping to improve, because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
これはね、こうやって現場見てるやん。これはわざとあるんですよ。自分たちの人。
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems, but bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center, and that is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve, because if we are to convey at least majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral.
この方
So let's talk about a region that you know very well, the Middle East.
乗ってるんやけど
Oil in the oil markets are
Hello, I'm Megan
気づかなかっ
O'Sullivan.
た
I am the new
これ
chair
ユー
of
ラーバ
the
ーの
North
下部
America
組織
Group
だ
of the Trilateral Commission. I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Commission and about our future. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission is a storied institution, an organization with 46 years of history of having an impact on big ideas, on bringing people together across different sectors and across 3 different geographies, that of North America, Europe, and Asia. But we are on the cusp of a new chapter, one that builds on that history, but really reorients ourselves and puts us in a position to make an impact in a very, very different world. And the reason why I have such confidence that the Commission can remake itself is because there is a need, and the Commission is well suited to meet that need. And that need is quite simply that in this day and age, in these political landscapes, the need is simply for more organizations, more individuals, more entities to take up the mantle of defending a rules-based order, an order that values and is committed to democratic principles, ideas like free trade and human rights. And we also have a need for more ideas to help us tackle new challenges, or certainly challenges that are new for this generation. And there are many reasons why I think the Trilateral Organization is so well poised to meet this need. First and foremost, we are an organization that at its heart is a community of countries that share a common set of values, that share these commitments to these ideas about democracy, about free markets, about the rule of law. And secondly, we have a membership that spans policy, business, and academia. And that allows us to bring minds together and experience to bear on problems that are no longer just the purview of one of those sectors. The things that need to be thought about today and where we need new solutions and prescriptions are ones that are at the intersection of business and policy, whether it is contributions that private sector organizations can make to combat climate change, whether it is
名古屋駅
figuring
で
out
な
the
経団連
ideas
のやつ
that
が言っ
will
たんや
drive the
けど
reform
スマ
of capitalism,
よ
or
りじゃない
whether it is understanding the impact of technology on our systems. All of these things need business, government, and others at the table to help with. Now, of course, to realize this
俺はこ
potential
の時
for
ヨーロッパにい
trilateral
たんだよ
organization, to meet this
忘れちま
need,
ったから
we are going to have to
俺の
do
ため
some
に
things differently than
一
we
人
have in the past. First and foremost,
四国で
we
侵
are going
入
to
し
have to
ま
recognize, as a
俺は
group
この時
primarily
拉
of
致されま
democracies, we need to spend some
三
time
極
looking
の
at
政権
ourselves, looking internally, saying what's happening with our
子
own
供になったから
institutions,
俺は
what is the health of our own institutions, and
俺
how
飲み
has
ま
that
した
situation
さあこれ
affected
は俺
our
のこと
ability to cooperate across national lines
フォロワー
and
が
deliver global problems to pressing
俺のこと
global
報告
cities.
してたよ
So we're spending more time talking about things like populism and the impact of technology on our own societies. Secondly, we've got to think about impact differently. Traditionally, we're an organization that has had impact based on the very nature of our relationships. We're an organization of people who have close ties to national governments, and often the ideas that we debate in private inform our own perspectives and inform our discussions and deliberations and conversations with people in positions of power. That will still be
さあ
true,
俺は
but today we
裸
need to
の
think
坊
about
さんに
having
行き
an
ましょう
impact
神
on
奈
the
川
broader
と俺と
debate. We
こ
no
の
longer
隣
live in
の
a
旧
world
高
where
槻
governments are going to
高槻は
replace
残
the
念ながら
hands
飛
of
び
the
地として
future.
讃岐郡
In
と
fact,
香川県でし
increasingly,
た
we have to think
異
about
常あって福井
other
県です
entities as being
合併
real
前の
engines of change.
バカ
Be
やな
that corporations or universities or even individuals. We need to think about how to shape
残
the
念な非公
conversation,
開にしま
how
す
to bring those groups in, to have investment
違
in
うんじゃない
and
ねクビにな
commitment
り
to
ます
solutions. And we need to move ahead whether
バ
or
グっ
not
と
we're
んけ
able to
お前
get
も
our governments to agree with our prescriptions and
残念な
recommendations.
会合やってま
So
す
in short, it's a really exciting time to be part of the Trilateral Commission. I'm deeply honored to be the new chair of the North America Group, and I look forward to working with all our members and my colleagues from other regions to realize this vision.
It is not under threat in the way that many people have portrayed it, that it is not under an existential threat as an industry. There are companies that are under an existential threat, and there are many companies that will not survive this downturn. But this doesn't mean industry will disappear.
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so
あれ残
partisan
念だ
and
けど今
dysfunctional.
月中に去ることになります
At the Wilson Center, we
岸田文
studied
雄たち
this,
払ってもらう
and
ぞ
there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems
藤井
in
裕二が
most
全然
countries, and we're seeing the rise of
苦情聞いてないから
populist parties.
いかず
In the U.S.,
苦情聞
we
いて
have no populist party. We have
嘘ついたんか
the Republican Party that is now
また再逮捕するんか
dominated by our
どうぞまたハグっとせえや
Democratic Party, where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center. And that is
労
the
働裁判が
challenge
ない
of the U.S. going forward.
検索しても出てこ
I
んか
work
ら
on,
無理
and that is something that the Wilson
スプートニックに言え
is hoping to improve, because if we are to
誰や
convey
そいせず
at least
お前報道者やんっていうかずっと前に報道者やし
majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that all other parties participate. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
さあ会見しました
ジュンメーカーズ気まぐれなその肌に今必要な成分を高濃度元気を Standing here
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of
ユナイテッ
populist
ドネー
parties.
ムが公式に脱
In
退
the
する
U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is
時間が
coming
か
from
かった
the far left.
本来なら
What we
2015
don't
年
have
に
is anything to
去る予定
represent
やっ
the
たんやけ
center,
ど
and that is the challenge for
次の
states
秋
going forward. That that is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve. Because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to the center so that we have both parties participate. Hopefully, we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
After the murder of their children, have fought to change the law to protect the next one. Most of all,
俺来年にしたスイスじゃなくてルーマニアでやっと
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries. And we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. We don't have anything to represent the center. That is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve. Because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
マイクロフォンさん乗ってますかこの方マリオ・モンティさん有名なクラブをメガバーの関係者ですね長野さんねそうさすがにはい経済さん通報したとマーク・ジャッカーが報告しましたマリオ・モンティっておいメガバーグのメンバーがおいあとISPI ってことはイタリア国際政治 P2 とねソーサイティオンチェーンソーサイティオンオーダーズサイト分かった俺は英文で報告してるの英文で報告してるの報告してる報告俺はラジオで報告してる全然謝罪せめたさんがね俺が名古屋に行ったらさ司さんの件ね安保闘争件本当にあったよね初めて知った安保闘争ってお前はテレビで談話発表してるからみんなさ談話発表してあのウィキってどういうことやねんのあんまり詳細書かれてない佐藤栄作さん笹川洋さん被害者やろなんでのおかしいやろさ実はあの警察右翼団体で喧嘩に行ったわ国会議場占領されたんよ日本の議会が占領されてるね年学連がね生会で国民と一緒にさ文句言ったよほら皆さん岸信介の署名嫌がってたみたいな三国で俺は田中幸子が言ったよ気づいたら遅かったよ死ぬ前に俺の手にする安倍晋三は圧力かけに行ったよあの地域何年福井県に飛び地として香川県にいいや関係ないから広島だからねえぞそこらへん大体よう思ったら壇の浦の基地ってあれ全部四国方面の四国でしょ工事はあれは田口の調査会議それ 大概也就注意力先生がいいな。そう。私が気になったのね。この方。
I believe that technology can enable our democratic principles of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and really freedom of information so that we can make smart decisions about how and where we want to take the future of our countries. I think we have to be mindful of how the technology can be used against us and educate our citizens about those risks. But I think that technology truly is an enabler of our society and that we should continue to embrace it, not refrain from it.
扱いして俺を差別してた。
ashes of communism, the shadowy institution still lives on half a century later in the heart of Europe.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays, then I'd work on group dates. But
The
now,
Soviet Union sought to coordinate economic activity in other communist countries through the International Investment Bank. With the fall of the Iron Curtain, the bank lost power and was left dormant for 2 decades.
ムースストレームね。あれどっかで聞いたの？あ、DJP と DIA とスプリじゃねえかね。あらなことじゃん。はい、その人気ラビオ。
Russian news agency described his mother as one of the most extraordinary spies of the 20th century.
このぐらいですよ。
The IIB's members now include both post-communist democracies like the Czech Republic and Slovakia
2歳
and authoritarian
チャタムです。
namely Russia, Vietnam and Cuba.
チャタムの監視受けましたか？
To support the economic
なんか
development
でいい
of its
か
members.
意外とファンと。
But has
ビ
it
ルダーバー
delivered
グ
on
で
this
す。
pledge? And should the Czech
ブッシュ
Republic
政権から
to this cause?
CSIS です。
in trade conflicts and even
乗ってないと思うじゃん。おい。人間で。
Member states pay the entire
わざわざあえての
which is then redistributed to companies via local investment projects. Some fear that if the Czech Republic leaves the bank, it won't get its money back.
俺が取り消したんで報復したよ。
It left the bank in
森
2000.
田明も気づいたら遅かったやん。おい。なくなるの叩かれてたやん。遅かったやん。そういうさ
The Czech Republic has paid the 37.4 billion.
遅かったやん。 騙された
Russia
や
has contributed 47% of the bank's capital. It has the greatest influence. There's no evidence of any significant positive contribution to the Czech economy from IIB membership.
この方
It's a
は俺
minor
は
player in the loan guarantor
マルチで
business,
す。はい。
seemingly
リバティ
catering
使
to
うんです
marginal companies that may struggle to obtain guarantees elsewhere. In the Czech Republic, the IIB guarantees loans to a handful of small companies selling outdated manufacturing technology to post-Soviet countries, including Armenia and Belarus.
意外と俺
Czech
が
exports to Eurasian Union countries account for just 2.5% of total exports in recent years.
あれね、私ね、
5% of Czech
来たんや
exports
さ、
Towards
CDC か。
secular
ワクチン
economy.
不要し。
It's a
田
necessity.
中明彦、死ねえ。三日月愛さん、死ねえ。
Water scarcity.
藤井裕二も死ねえ。金井宏彦も死ねえ。厚生労働省死ねえ。みんな死ねえ。
Everybody is now aware of that if we want to make a conciliation between the planet for our children and economic development, we need to move towards a secular economy, and by education, by innovation, by a different way of doing business, both for citizens and also by companies, we will make this move which will help us collectively to have the planet great again.
なんで全然参加しない。
Pilsen estates consistently overcharged it for rent. This went on for years, hollowing out Pilsen
この
and
方、
driving it into bankruptcy.
パキスタンの機関の関係者、イスラマバード、
Despite Pilsen steel's
ハイリーさん、知ってんのか？
and financial
今ね、ブロックカスターがいるね。ああ、4円っぽいな。雪のさつきさん、言ってるかな。ああ、山一カップに文句言ったよ。私言ってないぞ。大使運営とかないぞ。全然ない。思い出した歩むインターネット。僕にも養成所を作るから。ついてるよね。これはそうか。見つけたこいつ。見つけたこいつだよ、本当に。永田さんも結構、山口県のびっくりださ。あの人は嘘っぱちだ。俺はガナリさん呼ぶべきさ。なんで日本の AV でさ、なんで日本はもうちょっとオープンにしやんや、報道したれよ。向こうも配慮ですから。ベルゼバブが証拠や、当たり前や。あんなもんガナリピーたちが了承もらうと無理。電通だろ無理なんや。厳しいから私が登場します。西山氏気づかなかった。昔は俺挑発や。彼アメリカ知名度低かったんでまだ来ちゃうよ。ここ EVR はさ、山崎浩二将軍びっくりやな、あの装飾品さ。はい、秋と失脚させた。秋篠宮一家が小室圭事件と小室圭事件、はい、秋との反省したの。今あんな秋とのいろいろと本当にみんな鏡にされましたし、呼ばれたんよみたいな。日本テレビとか言ってんのか。ごめんなさい、あれビルダーバーグの終えた後の会見でした。掲載したわけ実際どこなの？すまん、あれビルダーバーグでした。なんでかバーニーが全然そうなの。やっぱり渋沢かあいつ。前はデリシャスプロジェクトデリシャス発動。トロントスターのセカンドザトロントスタークレード。いや、今エンタープライズ見たいけど、めっちゃ声優系が多くて、アーツビジョン借りてる。実際なんかもう見たいアーツビジョンクーデター、まずはそこにたちは相当切れたんで、あの会社これだったのかな。これやね、トマトあるからね。評判おかしいもんね。大村が言ってた。ジェラル・カーティスも言ってた。 ね、石原小清水の最初から3曲批判せや、こいつらって。こいつら、どっかさって、本当に。まあ、耐久3曲クーデターやってた。まあ、JSE よりな、僕文句。意外と地味やった。全然、なくなってるやついるから。はい。財団資格取り消された。取り消されました。今、埼玉の新都心の合同庁舎にいる。実は財団資格教えようか。浅川一家事業株式が合資会社としてます。ねえ、社団は残念だよ。破産してたって。暗殺されてるって狙われてこっそりな公用車で来てんやん。俺総合係のメンツ怒ってもたやん。怒っても見てびっくりやん。俺分かった金華サイズだだからもうJR 東海の新幹線揉めたわ。京都府警とここでも揉めた。撮影禁止寸前やった。ライブの撮影は難しいらしいな。施設に入ったら本当に何撮ってるんですかって。最初から会っとけ水飴。どうなるぞ今度会ったら。初めて再会した初めて会う時お前言うぞくれ。秋沢カレーも言うぜ。お前のせいでぐらいだと旧数ある地域評判化したぞこれ。お前も来るか。テレマファイザーお前もか。ファイルザーお前らもか。いくら根血でもボイコットせ。あんな人種差別人権侵害の田中ファイルザーも出演やめろ本当に。やめたいの反面恵子さんは失脚させられた。それにより様で対 JSEI クーデター暗殺された。井上和彦さんは慌てて会見したよ。大好きでね。俺も参加してて暗殺せやろ。さんまさんたち評判化してもたやしリザーじゃないかと。もうこっそり大阪に何久川へも最低2年間で大塚明夫さん行ってたんやんか。センバルで井上ボロボケはん井上わがままなの。お前行ったんか月面との件で。明野さん行ったのか。井上好きになってて行った。断るよ。俺も断るわ。死ね本当に。川澄彩子も出るな。あんなテロリスト番組出るな。あんなプリキュアさんボイコットせえ本当に。楽なにやったら最初から自衛隊範囲はしとけよ。しとけ宮本から水島高弘さん系ところで宮本かな子さんドキドキ出てたんやけどしっこいて説得したん全員。このあれ見たほっとけ。あんなゴミ俺いじめの作品なんてやめとけ。無罪や。井上も謝罪訪問せんし。
Through my online store alone, we've sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
The COVID-19
ランナーで毎日会ってるんやな。水着なとね、いや、お前ら会ってるぞこっそり。多すぎや。じゃあ最初から断り 電話出せ、本当に声明出せ。お前らがトラブル招いてるんやん。掲載せ、本当に。ジャーナリストはお断りだって。お前のせいでいちゃうぞ。今日ばっかしもだよ、本当に。撮影禁止で、本当に。俺だったらオープンにするわ。あえて会合やるんや。大体、笹井も俺を呼び出せ。呼び出せよ、本当に。大体、報道関係者、もうちょっと呼べよ、本当に。呼べよ、ヒエさんも。呼べよ、本当に。船橋さんも呼べよ、CSIS と。ヒエさん、意外と ISPI とキエプとか、いろんなところに入ってるよ。デイビッドさんの側近だって知った。正直も。ね。J さんの、てるんや。オールリッチと。てるんや、コスタリでさ。読売やって、なんで政府。ああ、襲われたんや。渡辺ですね。
into the next phase of our economic development, and that is by definition towards service.
ごめん、あれヒデのグループラデは埼玉って報道したよ。わざと報道してこうやって敬愛して今吉村さんたちにさ大村に電話したんやさ電話したんやこの辺お前言ってたんかJC や旧産局に言ってたんかボロッカスやんか言ってたボケお前何しに行ったんや言ったよ橋本徹さんたち行動改正やさ言ったよ去年の衆議院選挙一斉にやっとけここも全然聞いてないじゃないかよだから投票しても無理なんや待ってられるか7月までじゃあ選挙終わっても来ないっていうことは俺の起訴したんがまた被害届出したんかいい加減にしろこんなプリキュア撮影目的本当に本内陽子暗殺に行くぞ偽物ね。俺も反応したかったよ。現場見に行ったよ。ああ。こっちが本物でした。喧嘩を言ったわ。
aufgrund der aktuellen Lageentwicklung wieder ein Treffen des Krisenkabinetts gegeben, bestehend aus dem Außenministerium, dem Verteidigungsministerium, dem Innenministerium, dem Energieministerium, dem Wirtschaftsministerium und dem Vizekanzler. Die Anerkennung der Unabhängigkeit der selbsternannten Volksrepubliken Donetsk und Luhansk als unabhängige Staaten steht im
く抜けて承認できた。あら。あ、クリスティン。私は
Well, I'm
IFR と
delighted
ビル
to
ナーバーの
be able tonight to address the members of the trilaterals and their guests. And I think my focus will be tonight on three things. One is, first, multilateralism has been the bread and butter of many of us, certainly at the IMF, and we believe that it has been critical in order to address many of the potential disorders of the world.
意外とあんまり
Multilateralism is
公開
under
され
threat
ない
at the moment,
逆手に
and
取り
we
ま
have
し
to
た。
make every effort to rejuvenate it, adapt it,
2回
and make
の
sure that
遊泳
it
ビッチ
continues to help
がビ
govern
あれに対し会見したからやっぱりな、あれに対し
That's message number one.
あ
My
れに
second
対し会
message
見
will
した
have
か
to
ら
do with the much more longer term consequences of short-term policies and mechanisms, and that is really the consequences of climate change. I believe that many of the issues that we're debating at the moment will mean absolutely nothing.
アメリカの大使とか読んでるからちょっと読むべき声かしさ読むべきじゃないですかちょっとなんでああこれがちょっと壁あるのさ読むべきなんやんジャーナリスト読むべきはちょっと船橋さんとね平井さんあるよ読むべきさちょっと読むべきは俺の考えなんで俺読まなかったんや本当にいやいや私デイビッド・ロックウェラーの今週の新婚会見ってのがいいよ本当に2人とも持ってるかいいかマリオ・モンティじゃおいクラブ・オブ・ロンISP よう出てくるんやん俺じゃんベルダーバーの幹部として登場するジョージ・ソロスは有名やんベルダーバーグの意外とセクレタリーですよアラブの春を起こしたってマーク・ザッカーバーね元を知ってたライブの日本政府がやったって滋賀県がやったって乗ってないのわかりましたトヨタの豊田章男社長がお前に文句言ったよこれは性悪ぜAI 言ってるかって言ってだよねトヨタ呼ぶべき三井ビルディング呼ぶべきだよ特に当時はソニーや森田明夫とイブかソニー会社に呼ぶべきちょっと呼ぶべきや関係者やめたくしょうがよかったねやめた逆性はやないですからね意外とね意外とね GI ですね山口のなぜファーストリテイユニクログループ今でも山口県やなこれじゃもしや本人でも非にノッツか私も最近経理やだね読むべきやったよ通信SNS しよう読むべきじゃないさ読むべきやったよさ読むべきだから我々 こっそりシンガポール来たんで手にはさこっそり手にはさ出張とそうして最近大丈夫手にやるのかアリオモンティさんがはい、この方ビルダーバーグですね。俺、去年初めて思ってた。こんなに綺麗だってびっくりしたさ、全然これ。2008年の会合、あの報告びっくりした。俺もサイバーってどういうことやねん。あれ、8年分のやつか。塩沢さんという日です。そして、大渕さん。月には暗殺したこんなようなリザーブです。
On the ashes of communism, a shadowy institution still lives on half a century later in the heart of Europe. At the peak of the Cold War, the Soviet Union sought to coordinate economic activity in other communist countries through the International Investment Bank. With the fall of the Iron Curtain, the bank lost power and purpose and was left dormant for 2 decades. But as recently as 2019, it moved its headquarters from Russia to Hungary, where it was granted tax and oversight exemptions, unrestricted travel, and diplomatic immunity for its staff. Led by Nikolai Kozov, the bank has suspected ties to Russia's security services. Its parents are reported to be top operatives for KGB. A Russian news agency described his mother as one of the most extraordinary spies of the 20th century. The IIB's members now include both these communist democracies like the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and authoritarian regimes, namely Russia, Vietnam and Cuba.
わざとあそこで抗議しよう。
The bank promises to support the economic development of its members.
邪魔しちゃう。
Has it delivered on this pledge?
プレスセンター、やられ
Actually,
こう
the
よ。
Czech Republic still be part of this
こっち
golden
にも
era holdover.
全体主義は調査下べいて四国征伐、四国統一コンスピラシー正解か。私悪いじゃけど、
Member states pay
簡単
millions
に
of
制圧で
euros
きる。
every year. She's then
条
redistributed
約に
to
はね、
companies
そう
via
日本
loans
と
and
自由や。
investment
もう
projects.
こそに似合わないね。
Some fear that if the Czech
俺なぜ
Republic
四国
leaves the bank, it won't get its money back.
さあ、
That's what happened to
パ
Poland.
リ4世クーデター
It
で
left the bank in 2000. But 21 years
俺の
later,
国が
it's yet to receive a cent back from its
何か
investment.
気づいたら遅かったよ、岸野ですけど。
The bank's fourth largest contributor,
で、その
the Czech Republic has
対
paid
立
in
にさ、旧
37.4
三極
billion euros,
問題視したって。
whereas Russia has
対
contributed
立してないと
27% of the bank's capital. It has the greatest influence. There's no evidence of any significant positive contribution to the Czech economy from IIB membership.
どういったよ、これ。
It's a minor player in the loan guarantor business,
びっ
seemingly
くりしたんですけ
catering
ど、
to marginal companies that may struggle to obtain guarantees
あれ、テレ
elsewhere.
ビ東京の日経って本当は
In the Czech Republic,
CSIS
the IIB guarantees loans to a handful of small companies selling outdated manufacturing technology to post-Soviet countries,
ジ
including
ェネラ大作ね、
Belarus
何
and
年
Ukraine.
評価
Czech
学会、
exports
兵
to
庫会館
Eurasian
でかいやろ、
unions
め
account
ちゃ
for just 2.5% of
す
total
ごいやろ。
exports in recent
はい
years.
君島真央か邪魔しに来た俺
Roughly 85% of Czech exports go to other European Union countries. The IIB touts its operations as successful. Its only direct investment in a Czech company was widely reported as a corruption scandal. This
来
investment
なかったって
involved
ことはもう
four
今
related
月いっぱい
companies,
去ることになった
Pilsen Toll,
準備は完了したと報告してよ
Pilsen Estates, and
Rabbio
United Pilsen,
まず対
essentially
国外対
tied to
抗
an aging factory near the city of Pilsen.
もう遅かったよ
Established in
じゃあ
2007,
こんな遠いと
Pilsen Estates was a
平和の
separate
交渉
legal
性ある
entity that owned land which Pilsen still
交渉性
rented.
がいい無理やって
United Pilsen
東
was
進
set
よ
up in
大
Luxembourg
英東方シネ
and
マ
purchased both Pilsen Steel and Pilsen Estates
ここにはないよ
using a 110 million euro loan from the Russian state-owned Venetia-Econombank. Pilsen Toll handled the loan
こ
on
の
behalf
近さ
of
に
Pilsen
びっくり
Steel,
したそう
charging it high rates of interest.
攻撃来てる
Pilsen
らしいの
Estates consistently
中走って
overcharged
な
it for
く
rent.
てさ俺
This
も
went
認
on for
めないよ
years,
ドレス上に
hollowing out Pilsen Steel, driving it into bankruptcy,
撮影禁止だって
while the other companies
こ
turned
こに
steady
なったよ
profits.
公開遅れたよ、俺は。同じね、本当にギリギリやったよ。でも、全部のちょっと、ムカつく場面を消した。
One investigation revealed that in 2017, around 100 million euros in assets were wiped off the books at United Pilsen without explanation, suggesting these profits were embezzled, while Pilsen Steel remains saddled with debt. After IIB's involvement, Pilsen Estates and Pilsen Toll both filed for bankruptcy in late 2019. Once a busy factory, Pilsen Steel at its peak employed around 1,000 workers. It's now bankrupt and defunct, likely permanently. As long as it includes EU member states, the IIB gives Russia a veneer of global prestige and leadership, while the benefits to the Czech Republic are outweighed by the costs. Membership comes with the risk of corruption, scandals, and Russian statecraft. Leaving the IIB could bolster the Czech Republic's position internationally and inspire other members to do the same. The bank has been tolerated for 50 years, but it's time to send this gift back to Russia. To find out more, read our report.
二度と俺を逮捕する措置するな。分かったか三日月藤井。措置したのお前ら許さんから誰も味方がいる。本当なのかあの暴言宣言。じゃあ登録してもないよ。あれアメリカに納税の義務が発生した。なんだっけ10月27日付で課税義務か。いやもう全然やめる気なかったんだよ。ほらまだ攻撃してる。だねよ、だねえな。急に。撤去作業が入った。あ、結構です、撤去。 石川和之さんよちょっと呼ぶことにしたちょっとJC が最初のエントピアサミット決戦はもう話からね年4回やろうってちょっと報道関係者ねば神戸新聞とか愛媛新聞とか呼ぶべきや瀬戸内記逆に言うとここにもうちょっとテレビとか進出したらねえよおい瀬戸内 TV 配信ないぞびっくりしたホテルナンバーワングループ持ってないわ映画ロイヤルホテル新山が乗ったわけよ。ロミン倉敷も乗ってるわ。ここがいい。それが皆さん。ここ。戦友認めるわ。ここでこういうとしてください。じゃあこういうところで。逆に言うとヒデヤさんたち船橋さんちょっと呼ぶべきだったら報道関係者が神奈川県庁にあいつここにプレスセンター逆に四国警備保障と富士セキュリティ会場がいい太陽石の関係者よイメージしてるちょっと呼ぶべき親やっちゃうちょっと中東問題はウクライナ情勢天然ガス危機や何なんかさ俺キューバの関係者イヤスさん呼ぶべきやさキューバ大使として呼ぶべきや中南カルテルの時代としてなお祭りか呼ぶべきやさ呼ぶべきやさ小川誠一とねラベちゃうこといろいろですけどちょっと呼んでよあげませんやつたんけやこいつ叩けよガナリさん呼ぶよちょっといやこういうなんJCIC サミットよ大阪のジュワビー優遇されてるんですかジョニーさんもあれは違うあれごめんあっちやったオーティス社お前ら通報したっけこうシンドラエレベータールートお前らを見なしてるかお前らを見なしてるかどうにおかしいと思ったトヨタも事業を縮小するココちゃんにあっちの方事業縮小するで言ったのにさも機会があんな渋沢と一緒にすなあんな大事関係のいつももうしたらいそうな方に西村運送君も加盟してだって人たち今フルキャストしたいな対 JCI クーデとか言ってる埼玉そう総がかりとして言ってるんだ人たち今ね辻さんと一緒にと三日月に圧力いってるわ ペンキそうやろ黙らんかったやな。全然首にあってね。ああ、ええやんけん。節の件です。映画の人だし。来たね。音声が拒否した。ここにありました。ここね。あれ、英語ブルーです。友達俺がしっかりフォローしてところは内部はちょっとやめとけ。多分職員何とってるかジャニーさんたち知ってるよな。すごいな。日本の GM さん知ってるんだな。キスマイフィットもやったよな。ダメやったよな。やっぱりメリーさん暗殺されたよ。嵐のような対 JCA クリエイター解散したわ。スマップもだって木村拓哉さん、大石さんね、やらせじゃん。本当にやってる対 JCA。喧嘩を言ってるよ、沖縄で。おそり辺野古オキュペーションってる。意外と大井さん。はい、こういうところでやりましょうか。ここでね、富士セキュリティと四国警備所。あ、そう考えるとさ、ここ処理して外旋車来るみたいな。お名前ね、こうやって。皆さん、ここ、来てください。報道関係者、こういうところ。スプートニックの東京市。わかるグローバル国有会計です。大西洋産会ルチャ参考にやったらビルドバーグ作ってた。人を見つけですが政党を作ってる。小玉色しようたちも小玉機関としてギャグね、昔は大事にする。鈴木邦夫さんの特攻投手。はい。完成曲に喧嘩を大特化会にな。なぜかというと、あるじゃんさ、完成曲がいるからあなた。クレーンたちはいしたらいるか。これがファイルファイル。こういうところよ。大丈夫。僕は中華街初めてやな。こういうところプレスだ。こういうところプレスいった。新山プレスいった。いや、入れちゃうけど言ったら。そしたらここにね、なんでもいいんだよね。わざと YTX あれ エクスペリメント試験放送だから。中央の夢ヒエラさんとフランスさんちょっとねえなべつねさんもごめんあれ体重性カバン持ちやでフランスさんの声をしてたありなんか彼にやられてるんですよ暗殺予告あったんか山岡に今消えたことだそれ以上大変ですね大長く入れた前世今奪還しましたはい司さんでした司さんの清水さんでした了解まであれね制圧した古川幹部が言ったもうあっちの方に関係者サイバー食らったってじゃ埼玉新都市の合同庁舎はい JC の本部リプスの本部もあっちにからしな東京都は取り消しした東京都もやばくなったこういうところやりました楽しかったね四国制覇四国統一コンスピラーそのそこまでいてここに進軍したよここまで5万の兵力動員してるのよトイザミンデージ苦戦した弾の裏回線やったよねだからはいこれ損害開封しこれは皆さん一斉にここで関門海峡回線スターリングラ海元祖対前線田口とか大阪的にさこそれ力信号じゃこういうのを詰め込んで皆さん一斉に東ザグやったら西そういうことですか以上でしたあれは目覚め逮捕された日本最高にテロリスト
So
correspond to different dimensions. So if you look at this, it's difficult to exactly relate one-on-one with the list of things I had. For example, reduce inequalities would be directly relevant for my wage income inequalities dimension, but it may also to some extent touch upon this decent work. So decent work also includes decent wages. That is one. And then you have climate action. So climate action it can be climate mitigation, it can be climate adaptation. The mitigation part is what we are looking at, CO2 emissions. And of course you also have anything about sustainable consumption, production, sustainable cities and communities. Here also you have some element of emissions, some element of inequality, some element of food security. So the first two, no poverty, no food security, no hunger, food security. That is what we are touching upon. So of course we are not looking at all the things here. So we are looking at like 6 or 7 different goals, which we can easily quantify. So now, what are the different kind of policies can we think of? When you talk to any trade economist, they're talking about trade policy. The first thing that comes to mind is tariff elimination. So what about removing all the input tariffs and all the customs duties? The second thing is investment liberalization. Reduce all the barriers to investment. What we call as phantom taxes, some kind of tax equivalent of barriers. The third aspect is implementation of trade facilitation and following up on the trade facilitation that can actually reduce a lot of non-tariff barriers, time as a barrier to trade. The fourth aspect is aid for trade. So how about transfers of aid from richer countries to poorer countries? That aspect. And the reason that is really interesting and important is because some countries, when the poorer countries lose due to trade or industrial liberalization, then it's important to compensate because when the richer countries become richer and poorer countries poorer, there is a case for aid for trade. Okay, you open up your trade, but you provide use of aid so that losses are compensated. Of course, the traditional aid for trade is different. So here I'm talking about the aid as a compensation for losses. Another thing is emission constraints. So we took, for example, the Paris Agreement. Based on the Paris Agreement, what would be the extent to which we restrict the emissions, reduce the emissions. Then the last thing is income transfers to the poorer people. So from the government to the poorer people. It's kind of a redistribution thing within it. So these are different policy shocks we consider. Okay, so because I don't the boxes that you see are basically arrow boxes. So I'm just discussing the high level mechanisms, how trade and investment, when you say trade, you can read trade and investment. So how trade and investment liberalization can lead to these different outcomes. So the first hypothesis is that when you liberalize trade, particularly your food sectors are going to see some reduction in prices, increase in supply, because you have cheaper imports of food commodities and also cheaper imports of other commodities that are needed as an input to the food production, food sector. So in effect there is going to be a reduction in prices of food and increase in the supply of food. That means there is going to be greater food security. So you're going to have cheaper food and more abundant food. So that is one kind of thought process. The second thought process for emissions is that when trade happens, you are going to increase economic activity, and the increase in economic activity can be emission intensive or it can be renewables and non-emission. For example, there can be, for example, some countries may have like huge tariff means that the auto production is going to get very good and it will produce more. So production can increase or decrease. Now, if production increases in skilled labor intensive sectors and it decreases or remains the same in non-skilled labor intensive sectors, then the wages of skilled labor can increase because there is greater demand for skilled labor. So you are expanding a skill intensive sector, which means that there is going to be greater demand for skilled labor, which means that the inequality can increase, the income inequality between skilled and unskilled.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining the World Affairs Council of Connecticut today to discuss how oil and energy will shape our post-pandemic future with special guest Megan Sullivan, Director of the Geopolitics and Energy Project at the Harvard Kennedy School. Megan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Megan. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I am Megan Torrey, the CEO of the World Affairs Council of Connecticut, and before we get started with today's important discussion, I want to acknowledge that we are experiencing a very painful time in our nation. This has been a difficult few weeks, and it has sparked a national and global conversation on systemic injustice in our country. As an organization that was founded in 1924 on the fundamental belief and principle of making the world a better place, we take seriously our responsibility to facilitate dialogue on critical global issues. This Friday, we're hosting 3 special events on race and inequality, and we invite all of you to join us. More information on each event will be available and shared at the conclusion of today's discussion, or you can visit ctwac.org. And with us today, we are so lucky. I'm so looking forward to this conversation to have Megan Sullivan with us. She is also author of Windfall, How the New Energy Abundance Upends Politics. Megan has served as Special Assistant to President George W. Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan, and Vice Chair of the All-Party Talks in Northern Ireland, among many other leadership roles. And she also sits on the board of Raytheon Technologies, and I know so many in our listening audience work for Raytheon Technologies. So Megan, welcome.
Thank you again. Pleased to be here, and thank you for acknowledging the difficult time our country is having now, and I'm pleased to hear that you'll be doing some conversations about that later this week.
So we have so much to talk about today, so I want to dive right in if that's all right. So from COVID crisis to an oil price war, today we're experiencing massive oil market disruption. Can you talk us through the current state of the global oil markets and how we got to this point?
Sure. As you suggested, and your viewers will be very aware, this has been an unprecedented moment in oil markets. It's been an unprecedented moment in history, but the oil markets have felt this acutely. And I would say the easiest way to describe it is that oil markets in the last 3 months have experienced an unprecedented combination of a supply shock and a demand shock. The supply shock was basically the result of a tussle between Saudi Arabia and Russia over whether they should cut production to try to respond to the decrease in demand for energy that was coming out of China when China was first hit with the COVID crisis. When we look back on that conversation, it almost seems quaint because they were talking about numbers that were so small compared to the enormity of the problem that was to come. Essentially, they couldn't find an agreement, and what happened at the beginning of March is that the parties decided that they would move to a place where they would no longer restrain production to reduce price, but they would produce as much as they could to capture market share, and that would, in fact, bring down the price considerably because so much more oil was added to the global market. The demand shock, however, was much more significant than the supply additions that the Russians and the Saudis put on the market. The demand shock has been massive. Think about the world was consuming 100 million barrels of oil a day in February of this year. That dropped by 20 million barrels of oil a day later in the quarter in April, maybe even more. We're still trying to get fidelity on those numbers. But a huge drop in demand that resulted basically from the immobilization of the global economy. And this is kind of what took us to that period where we had negative oil prices in the United States, and we also had an unprecedented global response to the collapse of oil markets because it was important not just for oil producers, but also prices are now back up to about $35-40 a barrel, which is still quite low, but certainly much better than it was a few
So
years
basically
ago.
what we capture is like going back to the second or third slide where I
So we
mentioned
know that
how
we're
what are the
going
different
through
channels.
disruption, and
Food
oftentimes
production,
disruption
imports,
or prices
food
present
prices,
different
these are all going to
opportunities.
affect
So how does this
undervaluation.
disruption, what potential does it have to transform
Okay,
geopolitics?
so now jumping to the
Sure. It's a big question, and I would simply, the lens that I look at this from is that energy has always been a really big driver of global politics. That's what my whole book that you mentioned at the outset was about. So often we don't think about energy as a driver of foreign policy, but it is. Energy, if you think about oil in particular, has defined alliances, it's defined power in the international system. It has been the spark for wars, and sometimes been the impetus for cooperation. So, energy has always been a big driver of foreign policy. And what we see is when there are big disruptions, as the one we're talking about, is energy in particular, that often leads to big changes in energy. So, this moment certainly has been a big one for oil and gas and energy generally speaking, and how its geopolitical impacts will unfold really depend on how long lasting this disruption is, whether or not demand comes back for oil, or whether it stays out for some time, creates a window for renewables and alternatives to come forward. So I would say there's one, I'll be brief here, just trying to highlight a bunch of things, but one possibility is that this crisis really accelerates the movement towards a greener global energy mix, the energy transition that people have been talking about for a long time, but the world has been very slow to act on. So it's possible these changes could accelerate that, and that could bring about a lot of geopolitical implications in terms of removing oil as a real source of power and elevating countries that invest in technologies that have renewables and a variety of other things. Even if that dramatic outcome doesn't occur in the immediate short term, we have a lot of countries around the world that are experiencing major economic duress because of this collapse in oil prices. And this is going to cause a lot of politics to shift trajectories. Saudi Arabia is one of them. Their reform efforts are going to be more difficult. Russia, it's interesting. A lot of talk about whose hand being finished in Russia these days because of the combination of the oil price collapse and the COVID crisis. And we can also talk about how U.S.-China relations have been affected by all of this. So I definitely think even if we don't see a big impetus to an energy transition, although I hope we do, even if we don't, we're going to see some lasting geopolitical
all the signs were as expected.
So thank you, and I just want to remind our audience to ask Megan a question. Use the Q&A button that's on your screen, and to interact with your fellow audience members, you can use the chat function. So I want to stay there for a second, Megan. Let's talk about China and the U.S.-China relationship. And do you see the potential for China to emerge as a global leader after during and after the recovery of oil prices? Do you think China will become a driver of alternative forms of energy?
Sure. Well, there's a lot in that question. I mean, the U.S.-China relationship, like all of these questions. So, the U.S.-China relationship, is really in a downward spiral. I would say experts, people who have been watching this relationship for decades say this is really the worst moment since 1978 when American Champagne opened up the economy. And that it is a worse relationship than it was after Tiananmen Square, which says quite a lot. And I think it's a combination of factors. The relationship is already on rocky footing, and there's a change in the American political attitude, both of Democrats and Republicans, about the proper way for the U.S. to interact with China even before the COVID crisis. But the COVID crisis has really accelerated this in a pretty dramatic fashion. What does this mean, as you asked, for China's global leadership role? First, just in general, and then when it comes to renewable energy. I think it's very much more of a question. I think China's standing has taken a hit internationally, but I'd also point out that the U.S. standing has taken a hit internationally as well. And so I think this is true not just for the politics of both countries and for the global
obviously,
again, a lot remains open, but certainly China has shown more of a desire to do that. The United States seems to be retreating from global leadership roles rather than looking for opportunities to enhance them. But China has some, domestic challenges to handle as well. In terms of renewable energy, China definitely was positioning itself to be a global leader in that in terms of its investments, its national strategies, and also because the United States does not have a national strategy to be a leader in what we incredibly important sector for the global economy. So China, I think their focus has shifted a little bit since the COVID crisis, focusing more on just ensuring there's enough economic growth to prevent social unrest. But I imagine that they haven't lost sight of the importance of green energy in their overall economic strategy.
So I'm going to incorporate an audience question, and so we're going to take a little tour around the world. We have an audience question about how has the oil crisis and the COVID crisis impacted sort of the geopolitical situation in Venezuela?
Sure. I mean, Venezuela, when you think about countries that are vulnerable to oil shocks and major decreases in the price of oil, you would immediately think of Venezuela because over the last couple of decades, Venezuela has become one of the most oil-dependent countries in the world in the sense that it used to be a more vibrant economy, but over the span of the last 2 decades or so, basically, Venezuela had imported everything that it consumed except for oil, essentially, and that oil played such a major role. What has happened over the last several years, Maduro in power and the United States really putting pressure on that economy, is that Venezuela is still oil dependent, but its oil exports are just a mere fraction of what they were a few years ago. Venezuela's 2 major oil exports. Declining oil prices hurts Venezuela, but not as dramatically as it might have a few years ago when Venezuela was actually exporting oil. That said, Venezuela is very scarce on foreign currency, so any diminution is a challenge to the regime. In COVID, we really don't know. The questioner asked about COVID. We really don't know the extent of the COVID virus in Venezuela, but my fear is that it is facing a border on Brazil, which of course is struggling greatly with the crisis, and the fact that Venezuela has basically no safety net, no organized health system still in place to help people. So I think this is a real crisis for Venezuela. It was already a country in a real crisis, and I think that if, what can we expect? I think we can expect more Venezuelans to leave the country, some more regional disruption, and there's also the possibility that this could catalyze, could kind of unstick some of the politics in the country where Maduro had been appearing to gain an upper hand over the opposition. And maybe these 2 forces, the oil price collapse and the COVID crisis, will bring about some new dynamics, and hopefully some of them will create opportunities.
So let's talk about a region that you know very well, the Middle East, and how oil and the oil markets are impacting tensions in the region.
Sure. I mean, the Middle East is a very heterogeneous place, and so we tend to think about this, particularly in the context of oil, oil prices being bad for the countries of the Middle East, and I think that's not a wrong supposition, but we also have to keep in mind that there are a lot of countries in the region that are big, they're importers of oil. They actually don't produce oil. If you look at Egypt or Jordan or countries that are important to the region and to U.S. interests, so there's a varied impact of this. But in general, I think the big picture is that you have countries that fall into 1 or 2 categories. The first categories are countries that certainly do not, this is not useful, I'm talking about producers that don't want to see prices this low, but they have policy tools that enable them to kind of weather the storm. And I put Saudi Arabia in that category. Saudi Arabia can raise debt on international markets. It's increased VAT tax by, it's tripled in the last couple of months. It has the ability to rein in expenditures, and it has policy tools to deal with it. It still is going to be
I would say weakened by this crisis because this crisis really detracts from Saudi Arabia's ability to pursue big economic reforms, which were really the focal point of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's endeavors. And it makes it much harder to move away from the oil economy when there's no excess revenues to invest in non-oil industries. So there are impacts on a country like Saudi Arabia, but they're not as immediate as that second category of countries where I put Iraq in there, maybe Algeria, Oman, other countries that really don't have a lot of wiggle room. They don't have a pillow. They find that for oil prices, they can't even pay wages. They rely on health budgets. Security budgets are going to remain unfunded. So this could create some real economic and security points of instability in the Middle East, on top of a region that we already know is struggling with all of this.
Fantastic. So let's move into, domestically now. So in your book, you outline how oil and gas produced by fracking bolsters the U.S. power globally. How will the U.S. oil industry be affected by this unprecedented decline? What does that mean for both large and smaller companies?
Sure. So this is an extremely painful moment for U.S. producers. We saw a remarkable shift in President Trump's attitude towards oil prices back in April. In March, he was tweeting, hey, low oil prices, that's great, good for the consumer. But he clearly had a change of heart in April when he saw how dramatic the collapse of the oil industry was and how we actually, again, moved to a position where there were negative oil prices for American oil. And it became clear that the challenges facing the oil industry threatened the industry itself, which many people regard as having national security implications for the United States. And also, I think he and others came to appreciate how big a part of the domestic overall economy American oil industry is. One of the numbers out there is that 11 million people are employed directly or indirectly by the oil industry. So there was a shift in attitude towards this, and President Trump got very heavily involved in an effort to actually get an OPEC agreement, which is remarkable in itself, such a huge departure from where the president has been in the past. This, of course, has helped the U.S. industry as well as others. The U.S. industry is still in a very, very difficult spot. To be concise, I would say that there's a lot of debate about what this is going to do for the U.S. sector. We've already seen a contraction in production that has been very significant. People think it's anywhere from 1.6 million barrels of oil a day all the way up to 3 or 4. And this is out of a total of 13 before the crisis hit. So significant contraction. I would say just two things. One, I have a lot of confidence in this industry that it is not under threat in the way that many people have portrayed it, that it is not under an existential threat as an industry. There are companies that are under an existential threat, and there are many companies that will not survive this downturn. But this doesn't mean the industry will disappear, which means the industry will change. We'll see a consolidation. We'll see larger companies, more efficient companies emerge stronger and probably absorb a lot of those smaller companies. So I think we're going to still see a healthy, robust industry after this very painful period. And America, in my mind, will still remain a major energy superpower, even if its production numbers are not quite as high as they were in February of 2020.
Okay, one of the things that you have talked a lot about is the world being on the because of geopolitical. Can you explain what you mean by that and how the energy market can set the stage for significant growth?
Sure. Well, it gets at what I was talking about earlier about how when you get changes in the energy markets, this really, because it changes the power base of countries, it creates new opportunities and new challenges to existing institutions. So I'll give a different example than the ones I gave earlier. There's a really interesting question out there about global energy governance. For many of the last decades, the global energy governance has been roughly divided into producers, OPEC, and consumers, an organization called the International Energy Agency, which was founded after the 1973 embargo of the United was fairly evident, but there was never a real impetus to look at the case, is that framework doesn't really work that much anymore. If you look at the world's largest oil and gas producer, that is actually the United States, as well as the United States being one of the world's largest consumers. Actually, China, the world's largest consumer of energy, also is one of the world's largest producers of oil. So we now have this kind of, it's in flux. If a country is the big producers and big consumers of both, how does it fit into the structure? And again, what we saw in April was this push to actually have a different kind of conversation between producers and consumers. This one was heavily facilitated by individual personalities. It wasn't institutionalized, but now there's a lot of conversation about a different kind of architecture for global energy governance. I'm not sure that one will emerge, but certainly it's an open question and one that could lead to a different kind of rhythm of conversation.
Let's bring in a few more audience questions. Back to China for a second. So today, the United States Department of Treasury announced that it will no longer allow Chinese airlines to fly to the United States starting mid-June. How do you think that's going to impact the U.S.
Sometimes, because of tariff hikes, you have
another step in this downward spiral in the bilateral relationship. It's certainly not going to keep people from going to China and keep Chinese people from coming to the United States. That is a good thing. However, I think it is a point, a direction that I find will have major implications for the global economy. And we've heard a lot of talk even before COVID about the possibility of China and the U.S. decoupling their economies. And I think what we're starting to see and what I expect will gain momentum is a movement in that direction. Some of it will be official, will be policy, like what we just discussed, or limitations on U.S. pension funds in making investments in China. Some of it will be policy, but some of it will be companies who will look at the events of the trade war between the U.S. and China that preceded the COVID crisis, and they'll say, hey, we need to reprioritize our supply chains. We no longer can be so dependent on China. I think there's a lot, and I think this is legitimate, just for what it's worth. There's a lot of concern about how dependent many companies and the country's economy as a whole is on Chinese supply chains. So I think, in the words of a friend of mine who also writes for Bloomberg, Muhammad Al-Aryan, he said we're going to see companies move away from a focus on efficiency to a focus on resilience. And that will have some definite benefits, but a downside will be kind of a little bit of a decoupling or moving away from globalization. And I think this is something that should concern us all, in part because it will mean that we're going to move to a world most likely lower growth. And there's lots of implications about moving to a world of lower growth, not just for the United States, but for a lot of people in emerging markets and the developing world as well.
Let's talk about Iran for a second. Another question from the audience. How does this oil price uncertainty impact Iran, given its high rate of COVID infection and the impacts of the U.S. sanctions?
Sure, and this is Iran is a country, it's remarkable to me that it's not in the news more now, because it just shows you how much news there is, right? Because really, if you're somebody who watches the Middle East, you're pretty concerned about the level of provocation happening out of Iran and the potential for the U.S. and Iran getting into an uncomfortable situation again, much like the one that we were at the beginning of January. I mean, it seems like 1,000 years ago, but if you remember at the beginning of January, we were faced with killing of Qasem Soleimani, senior Iranian government military figure, and the real possibility that the U.S. and Iran would be involved in kind of a hot conflict. I think that the combination of the economic unrest, keep in mind Iran's economy was under major economic pressure, largely due to sanctions of the United States before the COVID crisis. And the Iranian regime was also having issues related to its own credibility. One of the remarkable things before 2019 was that there was just protests against the Iranian government in Iran.
really pretty devastating in Iran. And then you have a further oil price collapse, which hurts Iran, but very much the same way as Venezuela. All of this creates enormous stress on the society and presumably on the Iranian government, leading us to really, I think we should be paying attention to the fact that we don't know how the Iranian government is going to react. That it could certainly be an impetus for more provocation, more lashing out, and this could lead to a further confrontation between the U.S. and Iran. So it's definitely something that I would be watching more if our radars were not so overloaded with hundreds of other pressing issues. Absolutely. So we're almost out of time, but as our last question, so if we're on the cusp of this reset and this great opportunity, can you walk us through what your best case scenario would be? Sure. I'm going to interpret that as related to the energy realm, but there are other ways I can think about it because, I mean, I'd like to think, just actually moving above the energy realm, I'd like to think that the world could emerge from this moment with new patterns of international cooperation. I feel like that is what is needed. And finally, I think you said the challenges facing us, the pandemic being one aspect, obviously most immediate, but climate change being another one. My question is really, are such complementary policies? These are all things that one country cannot fix on their own, cannot insulate itself from on its own. And so these issues demand global coordination and cooperation to address them in the best way possible, in the most equitable way possible. So to me, I think, what this moment underscores is the need for cooperation. So I'll stop there. And as an American, for me, it underscores the need for America, as it is, I think, devastating to many people to see that America has not taken a leadership role and in fact has withdrawn from the WHO during this period of global need. So that's what I'd like to see. If I were putting a bet on whether that would emerge as the dominant scenario, I wouldn't place zero on that scenario. I think a lot depends on our November election. But I think that's certainly not the direction we're heading, and that concerns me. So the best case scenario, more global cooperation, more kind of acknowledgement of this critical moment and how it exposes some of the inequalities and inequities in our society, and taking the opportunity that is created by the moment and by the fact that, speaking as an American, many Americans have suddenly now overnight gotten used to the idea that the government is going to be a bigger part of their daily lives. Well, that could be a negative, but it could also be a positive if our government puts in place certain strategies that prioritize things like an energy transition that are going to be really important to our well-being.
Megan, thank you so much for joining us today. I know we've only scratched the surface here, so hopefully we'll be able to welcome you back, and hopefully in person. And stay safe and well out there.
Thank you, Megan. It's been a pleasure. Have a good afternoon.
ለሁለቱ አምላክ የገበረ የሚባለው የሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ ተስፋ ነው። በ20ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን እጅግ ሚስጥሩ የበዛ ይሉታል። በወጣትነቱ የሶስተኛ ዲግሪ ፒኤችዲ በመያዝ የተመረቀበት ዩኒቨርሲቲና ከአውሮፓ ክብረ ወሰኑ እስከዛሬ እሱ ነው። በ58 ዓመቱን በጠላት በተያዘ ግዛት በጦርነት መሃል አየር ጃንጥላ ፓራሹት በመውረድም እስካሁን የደረሰበት የለም። ለ30 ዓመታት ያህል የተወለደባትን ምድር ነፃ ሀገር ትሆን ዘንድ ቢጥርም ከነፃነት በኋላ አልኖረባትም። ሁሉንም የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ሁሉ ማለት ይቻላል ላቲን አሜሪካም ሜክሲኮ የሀገሩ ያህል ኖሮባቸዋል። የሚገርመው የኖረባቸው ሀገሮች መሪዎችን በሙሉ ማለት ይቻላል ወዳጅ ያደረግም ነው። ከጀርባም በአማካሪነት የዘወረም ዘመኑ አሉ የተባሉ ሊቃና ምርት የፈጠራ ሰዎች የልብ ባልንጀራም አድርገዋል። የፈለገውን ሀገር መሪ ከአውሮፓ እስከ አሜሪካ በአንድ የስልክ ጥሪ ማግኘት የሚችልም ይባልለታል። በዚህም የተነሳ ዛሬ የአውሮፓ ህብረት የሚባለውን መሰረት ለመጣል የበቃ ነው። ለዚህና ለሌሎችም ስራዎች እውቅና ነገስታትና የሀገር መሪዎች ታላላቅ የሜዳሊያ ሽልማት ከሰጡት ሁሉም እሱ እሱ ግን እምቢተኛ ሆኗል። የበዛ ሕይወቱን በችግር ድሃ ሆኖ ቢኖርም ዓለምን የለወጡ ታላላቅ ድርጅቶችን የመሰረተ መሆኑ ይነገርለታል። ከእነዚህም አንዱና ስሙን በክፉ የሚያስነሳው ደግሞ ቢልደርበርግ የሚባለው የሚስጥር ቡድን ነው። በምንኩስና በልጅነቱ የተጠራ በስተርጅናው ለስልጣን የሚሰራ ድርጅት መስርቷል ያስባለው ነውና በዘመኑ ሀብት ሳይኖረው ሁሌም በጉዞ ላይ ነበረና ማንም የት እንዳለ እንኳን አያውቅም። ለማን እንደሚሰራም የሚያውቅ አልነበረም። ግና ከቫቲካን እስከ ዓለማችን ጥልቅ የስለላ ድርጅቶች እንዲሁም ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰቦች ይሰራሉ በሚል ስሙ ይነሳል። ጆሴፍ በክራካው ነው እንደ ጎርጎሮሳውያኑ የዘመን ቀመር በ1888 የተወለደው። ስለ ልጅነቱ ድርሳናት ብዙም አይተረኩም። ግና ቤተሰቡ ከወለዷቸው 5 ልጆች አንዳንድ ድርሳናት 4 ናቸው ይላሉ። የመጨረሻ ሆነ ተጽፎ ይገኛል። የቤተሰቡ የዘር ግንድ ካይድ መሆኑን እንደ ባልተገደም ተጽፎም ይገኛል። አባቱ ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የፖሊሽ ልዑል የሆኑትን ዛሞስኪ የግል ተከራካሪ ናቸው። ሬቲንገር የተወለደባት ክራካው ግዛት ገዢ ናቸው ልዑል ዛሞስኪ። ዛሞስኪ የፖሊሽ መሳፍንት ዘሯን ነው የግዛቲቱ ገዢ ይሁን እንጂ በዘመኑ ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር በዓለም ካርታ እንደ ሉዓላዊ ግዛት አልነበረችም። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ሰርካ ጋሊሺያ የሚባለው ግዛት አካል ነበረችም። አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የልዑል ዛሞይስኪ የሕግ ጠበቃ በመሆን ይሟገቱ እንደነበረም ይነገራል። ከዚህ አንዱ የአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ከልዑል ዛሞይስኪ ግዛት ዛኮፓን የተባለውን ለም መሬት መውሰድን በመቃወም ችሎት የቆሙት ይጠቀሳል። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ የዘውድ ችሎትም ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር ተከራክረው በማሸነፍ ለሙን መሬት ለልዑል ዛሞይስኪ በማስመለሳቸው በፖላንድ ብሔርተኞች ዘንድ እንደ አርበኛ የሚታዩ ናቸው። የሚያባቱ የሙግት አሸናፊነት በሕፃኑ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሕሊና የፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነትን በጨቅላ ሕሊናው በመቅረጽ ለበስተኋላ ሚናው መሰረት ሆኖታል ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። የእናቱ ማርያ ወገን ደግሞ የልሂቃን ቤተሰብ ነው። የእናቱ አባት በግዛት ውስጥ በተሰየመው ታላቁ የክራካው ዩኒቨርሲቲ ፕሮፌሰርና ዲን ለመሆን የበቁ ሊቅ ናቸው። አጎቱና አክስቱም እንዲሁ የበቁ የዩኒቨርሲቲ ምሁራን ናቸው። ይህ የፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነትን በሚያቀነቅን የተማረና ለመንበር የተጠጋ ቤተሰብ የተወለደው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሕይወቱ ገና የ9 ዓመት ልጅ እያለ የሚለውጥ እውነት ተከሰተ ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ሉዓላዊነቷ የጠፋባት የፖሊሽ ምድር ገዢ ልዑል ዛሞይስኪ የሕግ የግል አማካሪ የነበሩት አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር መሞታቸው ነው የሕፃኑን የሕይወት መንገድ የቀየረ እውነት የሚባለው። በፖላንድ ብሔርተኞችና በመሪዎችም ዘንድ የግዛቲቱን ምድር በንጉሥ ችሎት ያስመለሱ የክብር ሞገስ ያገኙ ናቸውና በረከቱ ለልጃቸው ተረፈ። በ9 ዓመት አባቱን ያጣው ሕፃን የማሳደጉን ኃላፊነት የወሰዱት ልዑል ዛሞይስኪ ናቸውና እናም ወጪውን በሙሉ ችለው ወደ ሮም ላኩት። ክህነትን በካቶሊክ ገዳማት ይማርና ይቀበል ዘንድ። እንዲያውም ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የተቀላቀለው በካቶሊክ እምነት አክራሪ አስተምሮ ይከተላል የሚባለውን የጀስዊት ቀሳውስት ገዳም ነበረም። ይሁንና ከ3 ወራት በላይ በገዳሙ መቆየት አልፈቀደም። በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ በቅስናው ለመቀጠል እስከ ዕድሜ ልኩ ትዳር ሳይመሰረት በድንግልና መኖር ግዴታ መሆኑን ባለመቀበሉ ነው። እናም ፈቃዱን ያልተጋፉት ልዑል ዛሞይስኪ አሁንም ወጪውን ሸፍነው ወደ ክራካው አስመጡት። በግዛቲቱ በሚገኝ ምድር ትምህርት ቤትም እውቀት ይቀስም ዘንድ ተደረገ። ለከፍተኛ ትምህርቱም እንደ ልዑላዊ ቤተሰብ ሁሉን አሟልተው ወደ ፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ የፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ከተማም በጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የእውቀትም የትውውቅም መዲና በመሆን የበዛ ስፍራ ያላት ናት። ልዑል ዛሞይስኪ ልክ እንደ ልጃቸው የተገባውን አሟልተው ነበርና ወደ ፓሪስ የላኩት የተቀላቀለውም የመሳፍንት ልጆች የሚበዙበትን ስብስብ ነው። በእውቁና የአውሮፓ ባለጠጋ ልጆች ይማሩበት በሚመረጠው የሶርቦኔ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ያጠና ዘንድም የመረጠው ደግሞ ስነ ጽሑፍ ነው። እንደ ሌሎቹ የባለጠጋ ልጆች መከማጠል የሚያበዛ ለትምህርቱ ትኩረት የማይሰጥ አልነበረም። እናም ከቀደመው ዘመን ጀምሮም እስከ ደረሰበት የ20ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን ድረስ ሳያስቀር ከዳር እስከ ዳር ተወጥቷቸዋል ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። የብዙ ቋንቋዎችን ልክ እንደ አፍ መፍቻ ቋንቋው በጽሁፍም በንባብም ይራቀቅባቸው ስለነበረ ይበልጥ እንደረዳውም ይነገራል። እንዲሁም ሆኖ ከባለጠጎች የመሳፍንት ልጆች የድግሳቸው ታዳሚ መሆኑ አልቀረም። በተለይ በዚህ ግንኙነቱ ከሁሉም የላቀ የመግባባት ተሰጥኦ ኖሮት እንደ ንባውራ ሁሉም የሚከቡት ነበር ይባልለታል። ከረቂቅ ደራሲዎችና ጨማሪዎች እስከ ሰዓሊዎች ድረስ ወዳጆች ነበሩ። ደራሲዎች ከያንያንና የተውኔት ሰዎችም እንዲሁ። እነዚህ ደግሞ ከመላው አውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ ጭምር የተሰባሰቡ ናቸው። ከባለጠግነታቸውም የተነሳ በጥቂት ዓመታት ከ5 ሚሊዮን ዶላር በላይ ያጠፉ ጥንድ ጓደኞች እንደነበሩት ለማሳያ የበዙቱ ደግሞ ዘመን ተሻግረው በየሙያቸው ከሀገር አልፈው በዓለማችን ለመታወቅ የበቁ ናቸው። በዚህ ረገድ ደራሲዎቹ ፍራንኮስ ማሪያና ጆሴፍ ቦናርድ በተለይ ጆሴፍ ቦናርድ የልብ ባልንጀራው የሚባል ነው። ከባለጠጎቹ የመሳፍንት ልጆች ድግስ ሳይቀር ከመላው ዓለም ከመጡቱ የገዢ ዘሮች ጋር የጠበቀ ግንኙነት የመሰረተን በትምህርቱ የላቀ ደረጃ ማስመዝገቡ አልቀረም። በዚህ ማሳያ አድርገው የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች የሚጠቅሱት ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሶስተኛ ዲግሪውን ፒኤችዲውን ገና የ20 ዓመት ወጣት እያለ መያዙ ነው። በዚህ ዕድሜ ለዚህ ማዕረግ በመብቃትም ከፈረንሳይ ዩኒቨርሲቲዎችም አልፎ በአውሮፓ ጭምር የእሱ ክብረ ወሰን ለመሆን የበቃ ይላሉ። ኧረ እንዲያውም እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ ክብረ ወሰኑ አለመሰበሩ ይነገራል።
From the very outset, and I must say that Adri's opening point about was it UNSCAP, the last Sustainable Development Mission, the Aggressive Trade, trade economists. I think in my ideal world, with this collaboration,
በዚህም ወደ ጀርመን አቅንቶ በሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ዘመነኛ ስነ ልቦና ሳይኮሎጂ ማጥናቱ ይጠቀሳል። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ስነ ልቦናን ማጥናት የመረጠው ለምክንያቱ ነው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ይህም የሰው ልጅ የሰብዕና የባህል መሰረታዊ እውቀቶችን ጠንቅቆ ለማወቅ ካለው ፍላጎት ይመነጫሉ ባይ ናቸው። ወደፊት ዘልቅበት ዘንድ ለሚመኘው የፖለቲካ እንጀራና የመሪነት ደረጃ ሰዎችን ለመዘወር የስነ ልቦና እውቀቱ እንደሚያስፈልገው ማመኑ ነው በፊት ምክንያትም ይላሉ። በዚህም የሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ቆይታው በተለመደው ከባለጠጋ ልጆች እየመረጠም ከልሳኑ ጋር ወዳጅነት መመሰረቱን አልተረዳውም። ወደ ጣሊያን አቅንቶም በፍሎረንስ እንዲሁ ትምህርቱን ቀጥሎበታል። ወደ እንግሊዝ መጥቶም ዞር ብሎ ጥናቱን ቀጥሎበታል። በእነዚህ ሀገሮች ያጠናው ዘንድ ያተኮረው ደግሞ ምጣኔ ሀብትና ፖለቲካ ሳይንስ ነው። ለውጥ ፈላጊዎች ከሚባሉ ቡድን መሪዎች ጋር ተዋወቀ። ቡድኑ የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ በመባል ይታወቃል። የቡድኑ መሪዎች ደግሞ በስተኋላ በዓለም እውቅ ሊቃን ለመሆን የበቁት ሲድኒ ዌብ፣ ጆርጅ በርናርድ ሾው እና ቢያትሪስ ዌብ ናቸው። ይህ የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ በማለት የሰየሙት ቡድን በዓለም ላይ ለውጥ ያመጣል የሚሉትን የፖለቲካና የምጣኔ ሀብት አስተሳሰብ እስከ መቅረጽ የደረሰ ነው። መለስ ይህ የሚሉት ደግሞ በኮሙኒዝምና በካፒታሊዝም የመንግስት ስርዓት ዘውግ መካከል የሚወድቅ ይላሉ። ከዓለም ሙሉ በሙሉ በመንግስት የሚዘወር የታቀደ ምጣኔ ሀብት እንዲሁም በሌላው ገጽ ገበያ የሚዘውረው የነጻ ኢኮኖሚ የሚባለው አያስፈልግም ባይ ናቸው። ሁለቱንም ያማከለ በመሀል ላይ የሚወድቅ ፖለቲካና ምጣኔ ሀብት ያስፈልጋል የሚል ሀሳብ ያዳበረው የዚህ ቡድን አባል ሆኖም በሁነኛ ተሳታፊነት መዝለቁ የመጪው ዘመኑን ፍላጎት ጭምር ያሳያል ይባልለታል።
What I'm talking about is using the human rights-based approach.
ሬቲንገር በመላው አውሮፓ መዘዋወር ነበር ቀጣዩ ተልዕኮ ያደረገው። ለዚህም የሚጠቀሰው አንዱ ምክንያት ከካፒታሊዝምና ከኮሙኒዝም ያልሆነ በማለት የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ የተባለው ቡድን የቀመረውን አስተምህሮ ለማስረጽ የሚል ነው።
I'm not going to go into details here, but I'm happy to questions or share more afterwards. But just maybe one of the two principles to bear in mind for the purpose of this discussion is non-discrimination between different sectors of the population.
በሌላ በኩልም ከገዢ የመሳፍንት ቤተሰቦችና ባለጠጎች ጋር የጠበቀ ወዳጅነት መፍጠር ለሩቅ ሀሳቡ እንደሚያስፈልገው በማመን ያደረገው ነው ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ቦታ ረግቶ መቀመጥ ያለመውደዱ ጉዞን ምርጫ ማድረጉን እዚህ ይጠቀሳል። እናም መላውን አውሮፓ አስሷል። በተለይም እንግሊዝ፣ ፈረንሳይና ጀርመን የቤቱ ያህል የተመላለሰባቸው ናቸው ይላሉ። አልፎ አልፎ ወደ ትውልድ ምድሩ ክራካው ብቅ ማለት አልቀረም። በዚህ የሚመልስ ጉዞ ወራዊ የሆነ መጽሔት ለማሳተም በቅቷል። መጽሔቱን በፖሊሽ ቋንቋ የሚታተም ሲሆን ሆላንድ ብሔርተኝነት ይከነከንበት ዘንድ አስቦ ማሳተሙ ይነገራል። እናም የፖላንድ ብሔርተኛ ልሂቃን በሙሉ ጽሑፍ የሚለዋወጡበት ከፍም ያለ የጥራት ደረጃ
not starting from where can I find the data, but saying, well, actually, who are the people who are the
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ይመኘው ወደ ነበረው ፖለቲካ ህይወት የገባው የአንደኛው የዓለም ጦርነት ሊቀሰቀስ የመግባቱ ምክንያት ደግሞ የፖሊስ ፖለቲከኞች ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶ ለፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት መሆን ይሰራ ዘንድ መምረጣቸው። የሚገርመው የተለያዩ የፖለቲካ ፍላጎት ያላቸው ቡድኖች እሱ ለዚህ ተግባር መምረጣቸው ነው። እንደሚያባቱ የፖላንድ ለም መሬትን የማስመለስ ገድል ለልጁም ተርፎ ይሆናል ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ከሁሉ በላይ ግን በፖላንድ የተለያዩ ፍላጎት ካላቸው የፖለቲካ ቡድኖች ለአንዱም አባል ያለመሆኑና ገለልተኛነቱ እንዳስመረጠው ግን ብዙዎቹ ይስማማሉ። ግን የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እውን ማድረግ በዘመኑ አስቸጋሪ መሆኑን ሁሉም አላጡትም። ምክንያቱም ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር በዓለም ካርታ ላይ አልነበረችምና። በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶ ይቻላል የማይባለውን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መሞከሩ አልቀረም። የወቅቱ የእንግሊዝ ንጉሥ ቀዳማዊ ቻርልስ ድረስ ቀርቦም ለፖላንድ ነጻነት ጆሮ ይሰጡ ዘንድም ደክመዋል። እንግሊዝ የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እውን መሆን እዚህ ግባ ተብሎ ቁም ነገር የሚሰጠው አልነበረምና የሚሰማው አልነበረም። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ግን ጥርም ለዚህ የሚጠቀሰው የአውሮፓ ሶስተኛው የቦይ ስካውቶች በዓል ክብር ነው። የፖሊሽ የቦይ ስካውት አባት ከሚባለው ማልኮውስኪ ጋር በመመካከር ቦይ ስካውቶቹ ፖላንድ የሚል አርማ ያውለበልቡ ዘንድ አስበዋል። በእርግጥ ልጆቹ የመጡት ሀገራቸውን ከተቀራመቱት ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ከተያዙ ግዛቶች ሲሆኑ እነዚህ ሀገሮችን በጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሴራ መበሳጨታቸው አልቀረም፣ በእጃቸው ሳይገባ ቀረም። ሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት በተቀሰቀሰ ጊዜ የወሰደው እርምጃ ግን ለሕይወቱ ጭምር የሚያሰጋ ሆነ። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ለመንግስት የቀረቡ ወዳጆችን ተጠቅሞ ኦስትሪያ ከጀርመን ህብረት ወጥታ የተናጠለ ሰላም ስምምነት እንድትፈራረም ግፊት ማድረጉ ነው የዚህ ምክንያት። በዚህ መሀልም በኦስትሪያ የተያዘውን የፖላንድ መሬትን ነፃ ለማድረግ ማሰቡ ይነገራል። ይህን የደረሰበት የኦስትሪያ መንግስት በጥብቅ የምፈልገው ነው ብሎ ስሙን ይፋ አደረገ። ጀርመንማ ሞት በሌለበት ፈረደችበት። በለንደን በተሰማ ጊዜ የተከበረው እንግድነት አበቃ ተባለም። እናም ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ወደ ስፔን ለማቅናት ፈረንሳይ ገባም። ግና በኪሱ ቤሳቤስቲ አልነበረምና በችግር ላይ ወደቀ። የደረሰለት ደግሞ የልብ ወዳጁና ደራሲው ኮናርድ ሆነ። ገንዘብም ሰጥቶ ለሚያውቃቸው ሰዎች የምስክርነት ደብዳቤ አስይዞ ወደ ሜክሲኮ ላከው። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቼም ወዳጅ የሚያደርገው በመንበርም በሀብትም ከፍ ያሉት ነውና ይህንኑ በሜክሲኮ ሪቴ ሞርንሶና ፕሩታልኮ ካሌስ ከበጎ ወዳጆቹ ይጠቀሳሉ። በስተኋላ ፕሩታልኮ ካሌስ የሜክሲኮ ፕሬዚዳንት፣ ሞሮንስ ደግሞ የንግድና ኢንዱስትሪ ሚኒስትር ለመሆን የበቁ ናቸው። በእርግጥ እነዚህን ሰዎች ለስልጣን የሚበቁ የበዛውን የሴራ ጨዋታ የከወነው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ነው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ለስልጣን ከበቁ በኋላ በሜክሲኮ የሚገኙ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን በሙሉ መንግስት እንዲወርስ ያማከረው እሱ ነው ይላሉ። ምናለፋችሁ ከመንበር ጀርባ የነበረ መሪ ነበር ባይ ናቸው።
በሜክሲኮ በነበረ ጊዜ የፕሬዚዳንት
ይህ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን የሜክሲኮ መንግስት የመውረስ ውሳኔ ግን አሜሪካን አላስደሰተም። ምክንያቱም የሀገሯ ኩባንያዎች ነበሩና የነዳጅ ጉድጓዶቹ ባለቤቶች። እናም አዲሱ የሜክሲኮ መንግስት በአሜሪካ ጥርስ ውስጥ ገባ። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም የአሜሪካ ህዝብ ጠላት ተባለም። አሜሪካ የጠመደችውን ሳታስወግድ እንቅልፍ አይወስዳትምና አዲሱ መንግስት ከአንድ 10 ዓመታት ብዙም ያላለፈ ሆነ የስልጣን ዘመኑን በዋሽንግተን በተቀነባበረ መፈንቅለ መንግስት ከስልጣን ተፈነቀለም። መሪዎቹም ዕጣ ፈንታቸው ስደት ለመሆን በቃ። አሜሪካ የህዝብ ጠላት በሚል የሚፈልገው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም በእጃቸው ሳይገባ መጥቶ ወደ አውሮፓ ወደ አውሮፓ ከተመለሰ በኋላ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቀመጫውን ለንደን ያድርግ እንጂ በመላው አህጉሪቱ የሚዘዋወር ነበር ይሉታል። በእርግጥ ሁለት ሚስቶችን አግብቶ ልጆች የወለደው በዚህ ዘመን መሆኑ ተጽፏል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት እስኪጀመር ድረስ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር እረፍት የለሽ ተጓዥ ሆኖ አውሮፓን ማካለሉን ይተርካሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። እንዲያውም በስተኋላ እውን ያደረጋቸውን ሀሳቦች ለአውሮፓ ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎች የሰበከውም በዚህ ዘመን ነው ባይ ናቸው። ይህም አንድ የዓለም መንግስት የሚል ሀሳብ ነው። የሚገርመው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቼ የት ሀገር እንደሚጓዝና እንደተጓዘ ማንም እርግጡን መናገር ያለመቻሉ ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘም እንዲሁም ሁሉ ጉዞ ለማድረግ የእሱ ሀብት እንደማያስችለው ቢታወቅም ገንዘቡንም ከማንና ከየት እንዳመጣውም ያለመታወቁ ይነገራል። ይህ አውሮፓን ከዩናይትድ ስቴትስ አሜሪካ ጋር በማስተባበር ሊፈጠር የሚለውን አንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳብ በዚህ ዘመን በብርቱ ሰርቶበታል ነው ተረቱ። በሌላው ተቃርኖ ገጽታም የዘሬ አንዘርዝረኝ እንደሚባለው በሀገራችን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የአይሁዳዊቷ ሀገር እስራኤል መፈጠርን የሚደግፍና የሰራበትም ዘመን ነው። ወቅቱ በአውሮፓ የጽዮናዊነት እንቅስቃሴ መሪ ከነበሩት ከነ ቻይም ዊዝማንና ናሁም ሳክሎቭ ጋር ተባብሮ መስራቱ እዚህ ይጠቀሳል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት መቀስቀስ ግን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ወደ ቀደመው የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እንቅስቃሴ መለሰው። በወቅቱ የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት የሚባለው መሪ ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ የስደተኛው ካቢኔ መሪና የለንደን ተወካያቸው እንዲሆን መምረጣቸው ነው። ለዚህ
ጀነራሉ በስደት የነበረ መንግስታቸው የፖለቲካ
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪን በአዲሱ አስተምሮ አጠመቃቸው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ከጀርባን መዘወሩን የለመደበት ነውና በራሳቸው አንደበት የሲኮርስኪ እቅድ የተባለውን ይናገሩ ዘንድ ገፋቸው። ፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገር ሆና ብቅ ብትልም ብቻዋን መኖር አይቻላትምና እናም ከሌሎች እንደ ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ካሉት ሀገሮች በፌዴሬሽን የምትተዳደር ሀገር ትሆናሉ። ይህም ከምስራቅ አውሮፓም አልፎ መላው አውሮፓ የሚያካትት ሆኖ የአውሮፓ ህብረት ይፈጠር የሚለውን የእሱን አስተምሮም ጀነራሉ ለዓለም ይፋ አደረጉ። ከዚህም ባለፈ በለንደን የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ተወካዮችን በሚስጥር በመሰብሰብ በሀሳቡ ላይ መወያየትና ወደ ሰነድነት መቀየር ጀመሩ። የዚህ ዋነኛው ዘዋሪ ደግሞ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ነበርና የአውሮፓ ህብረት ሀሳብ አመንጭና ጀማሪ የሚባለው። እንዲያውም ምስጢራዊ ኮሚቴ ተቋቁሞ ስራው የተጀመረው በዚህ ዘመን መሆኑ ይነገራል። ይሁንና የጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ መሞት የህይወት አቅጣጫ ቀያሪ ሆነም። ጄኔራሉ በመካከለኛው ምስራቅ ያደራጁትን ሰራዊት ጦርነት እንዲጀምር አዘው ወደ ለንደን ሲመለሱ ነበር በጅብላርተር ላይ አይሮፕላናቸው የጋየው። ተልእኮው ወታደራዊ ነበረና ከካቢኔያቸው አብሮ ያለደው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ብቻ ነበረ ከሹሞቻቸው የተረፈው። አውሮፕላኑ የጋየበት መንስኤ ምስጢራዊነት ደግሞ ይበልጥ ተስፋ አስቆራጭ ነበር የሆነበት ለሱ። ከጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ ሞት በኋላም ለፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገርነት መስራቱን አላቋረጠም። በእርግጥ በጄኔራሉ ግን ከተተኩት የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት መሪ ጋር ብዙም ባይባባም ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር በተለይ በዚህ ጊዜም ፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆኗ የማይቀር ቢሆንም ከምስራቅ ከሚመጣው የሶቪየት ህብረት ሶሻሊስት ርዕዮት እንዳትጠመቅ ቀድሞ በመመልከት ይወተውት ነበረም። እናም በለንደን የቢሮ ስራ መወሰኑን ትቶም በሐሰት የእንግሊዝ ሻምበል ስምና የወታደር የደንብ ልብስ በፖላንድ ለትጥቅ ትግል ከሚያደርጉ ተዋጊዎች ጋር ዘመተን። በዚህ ዘመን ነው በ58 ዓመቱ በጦርነት ስፍራ በጃንጥላ ወይም ፓራሹት በመዝለል እስከ ዛሬም በስሙ የተያዘ ክብረ ወሰን ያስመዘግበው። በፖላንድ ምድር ግን እንደጠበቀው ተልእኮውን መወጣት አልተቻለውም። አስጠልጉት ዘንድ የተመደቡት ሰዎች ለጠላት ያደሩ ነበሩና መርዝ ሰጡት። መርዝ ሰጪዋ ሴትዮ መጠኑን በማሳሳቷም በጥቂት ከሞት ተረፈ እንጂም የዛኑ ያህል ደጋፊዎች ነበሩትና በህቡ የማምለጫ መንገድ ለለንደን በቃ። የታተረበት ህይወቱን ጭምር ለአደጋ ያጋለጠበት የፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆን ሀሳቡን እርግፍ አድርጎ በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ ፖላንድ እንደፈራው የሶሻሊስት ርዕዮት ተጠንቃ ከሶቪየት ህብረት ጥላ መጠጋቷ ነው። በዚህም የተነሳ ለጥቂት ዓመታት ወደነበረው የቀድሞው የአንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳቡ ተመለሰ። በዚህ ትርጊያ ደግሞ የሚሆነው በቅድሚያ የአውሮፓ ህብረት መሆኑን አላጣውም። እናም የአውሮፓ አህጉር የሚል ዲስኩር አዘጋጅቶም በመላው ሀገሮች እየዞረ መስበክ ጀመረም። ከለንደን እስከ ሮም የሁሉም ሀገሮች የመንበር ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎችን በስብሰባም በግልም እያገኘ ሀሳቡን መስበክ መደበኛ ስራ ሆነም። የቫቲካኑ የበስተኋላ ጳጳስ ጳውሎስ ስድስተኛ ገና ካርዲናል ሞንቴኔ እያሉ በአውሮፓነት ሀሳቡ ያጠመቃቸው በዚህ ዘመን ነው። ካፉ ላይ ለሰከንድ የማይጠፋውን ሲጋራ እየማገን ከመኪና ወደ ባቡር ከዛም ወደ አውሮፕላን እየተጋባም በአውሮፓ ሀሳቡን ወጨው እንደ ቀደመው ሁሉ ወጪውን ማን እንደሚሸፍንና በእርግጥ መቼና የት እንደነበረ ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘ ታሪኩን አጠናን የሚሉት እንኳን ያለማወቃቸው ነው ገራሚው ተረት። ግን አልፋቱ ሰምሮ እንደ ጎርጎሮሳውያኑ አቆጣጠር በ1948 በሄግ የደች ፓርላማ የፓን አውሮፓ ጉባኤን በሊቀመንበርነት እውን አደረገም። የአውሮፓ ዓለም አቀፍ እንቅስቃሴ ተብሎ የተመሰረተውንና አህጉሪቱን አንድ የሚያደርገውን ስራ ሊወጣ ዘንድ ኃላፊነት ያለበት ተቋም የመጀመሪያው ጸሐፊ ለመሆኑ በቃም። ለዚህ ተግባሩ ከ5 በላይ ሀገሮች የክብር ሽልማት ሊሰጡት ቢያስቡም እሱ ግን ፈቃደኛ አልነበረም። እንግሊዝ እንዲያውም የሀገሪቱን ታላቅ ሜዳሊያ ልትሰጠው ስነ ስርዓት አዘጋጅታ ነበረም። በስነ ስርዓቱ ላይ ሳይገኝ በእንቢታ አልተቀበለም።
ከጆሴፍ ሪተን ጋር በብዙ ሀገሮች በከፍተኛ ስልጣን ላይ ያላቸው እሱ ለአሜሪካው ፕሬዚዳንት ስልክ የሚደውል ወዲያው ቀጠሮ መያዝ ይችላል። በአውሮፓ
የአውሮፓ የምጣኔ ሀብት ትብብር ሊግ የሚባለውን ከሌሎች ጋር በመመስረት አውራው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የመሆኑን ሀቅ ዛሬም በክብር አህጉሪቱ አንድ ሆና ታነሳዋለች። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ግን በዚህ የአውሮፓ አንድ መሆን የተነሳበት የዓለም አንድ መንግስት ሀሳብ መገደብ እንደሌለበት ቀድሞም አላጣውም። እናም አሜሪካንን ከአውሮፓ ጋር የሚያጣምር ህብረት መፍጠር አለብኝ አለም። በዚህም ነው ስሙን እስከ ዛሬ በክፉ የሚያስነሳውን የቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብን የመሰረተው። ከአውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ በፖለቲካም ሆነ በምጣኔ ሀብት ከዛም አልፈው በልሂቅነት እጅግ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ታላላቅ ሰዎችን በኔዘርላንድስ ቢልደርበርግ ሆቴል በመሰብሰቡ ነው ቡድኑ ስሙን የወረሰው። ስብሰባውን የመራው ራሱ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሲሆን የቡድኑም የመጀመሪያ ጸሐፊ የተመረጠው። ይህ ቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ የመጀመሪያው ስብሰባ አጀንዳም ሆነም የተሳተፉ ሰዎች ማንነት እስከ ዛሬ ሚስጥር ነው። በየዓመቱ እጅግ በከፍተኛ ጥበቃና ሚስጥር ስብሰባው እንደቀጠለ ቢሆንም አሜሪካና የአውሮፓ የፖለቲካ መሪዎች እንዲሁም የዓለማችን ባለጠጎች ይሳተፉበታል ቢባልም አሁንም የቢልደርበርግ ቡድን ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ ወይም ሴክሬት ሶሳይቲ ነው። ይህ ማህበረሰብ ዓለምን ከጀርባ የሚዘውር መሆኑ ይነገርለታል። ያሻውን ሰው ከመንበር ላይ ማስቀመጥም ሆነም ማውረድ ቀላል ነው። የፈለገውን ሀገር አፍርሶ መልሶ መገንባትም እንዲሁ ይባልለታል። በፈለገው ሰዓት ያለምን ምጣኔ ለኪሳራ መዳረግ እንዲሁም አትራፊ ማድረግ ለቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ እጅግ ቀላል ነው። ከሁሉ በላይ ግን የጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ስም ከቡድኑ መመስረት ጋር በመያያዝ በክፉ የሚነሳው የቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ የሰይጣኖች አለቃ ሉሲፈር አምልኮም ተከታይ ነው በሚል ነው። ሰው ከመገበርም ጀምሮ የቡድኑ አባላት ለዚህ አምልኮ የከፋ ኃጢአት ይፈጽማሉ ይባላል። አንድ ያለ መንግስት አንድ ሃይማኖት በሚልም እየሰራ የሉሲፈር መንግስት ባለመመጣ ዘንድም ይተጋል ይባልለታል። የምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ አባላትም ከአሜሪካ እስከ አውሮፓን ከእስያ እስከ አፍሪካ ብቻ ምን አለፋችሁም በመላው ዓለም በፖለቲካው ስልጣን እጅግ የገነኑ የሀገር መሪዎች የዓለማችን ሀብትን የጠቀለሉ ባለጠጎች በመሆናቸው ያሻቸውን እያደረጉ ነው ይባልላቸዋል። የቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ ከተመሰረተ በኋላም ለ6 ዓመታት በጸሐፊነት ከመራ በኋላ በ72 ዓመቱ በሳምባ ምች ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ቢሞትም ስሙ በክፉ የሚነሳው ለዚህ ነው። በልጅነቱ ለምንኩስና ተጠርቶ በስተርጅናው ለሰይጣን ገበረ ነው የትችቱ ያመጡ ትንታኔ ቸር ያሰንብተን።
C'est toujours mélangé.
pas inviter les membres de la presse qui font leur métier, ni des interviews pendant ou après la conférence, ni donner les documents, mais nous invitons comme participants toujours membres de la presse qui, avec l'idée que tout ce qu'ils entendent et participent toujours avec leurs idées dans les discussions, ils peuvent usager ça comme ce qu'on appelle en anglais background information. Pour les articles qu'ils vont écrire, il y a aussi des rédacteurs en chef, il y a des radios quelquefois de tous les pays. Combien de membres de la presse et radio, télévision Oui, parce que vous savez, l'année prochaine, ça pourrait être le Figaro. Et les raisons d'un point de vue d'un autre pays, d'un autre participant qu'avant. Et ça, c'est la chose principale. On se connaît après, pendant les repas et après le dîner, on parle ensemble. Alors il y a une espèce d'ambiance qui aide beaucoup pour ça très souvent comme résultat effectif que entre deux ou trois pays que les malentendus qui ont existé ont été éliminés. On dit à maintenant, c'est comprend pourquoi on a dit ou fait telle et telle chose. Si c'est comme ça, alors on n'est plus fâché. Et ça, c'est déjà très bon de notre point de vue si on peut arriver à un résultat de telle sorte. Mais on ne fait jamais des résolutions, jamais de recommandations. On parle sur le sujet et les participants peuvent alors, c'est recommandé à eux de parler dans leur cercle, dans leur pays, sur tout ce qu'ils ont entendu, tout ce qu'ils pensent avoir appris des autres. Peut-être dire, oui, mais il n'y a pas de membres. Il n'y a pas de membres. Et à chaque année, il y a quelques-uns qui sont plus ou moins réguliers. Là, est dépendant sur le sujet que nous avons chaque année. Les amis de chaque pays disent qu'il faut inviter monsieur tel et tel ou madame tel et tel. Ce sont des spécialistes sur le problème que nous avons discuté. L'année dernière, c'était sans savoir, nous étions des petits prophètes, on dit la possible crise d'énergie dans le mois de mai. Et la crise d'énergie est venue beaucoup plus vite que tout le monde des participants ont pensé, parce que les participants là-bas ont plus ou moins pensé qu'une crise d'énergie pourrait se développer dans l'année 65, 75, 76. Mais personne n'avait pensé que ça pourrait se développer en 73. Mais ça, c'était le thème. Et aussi, les mêmes choses sur lesquelles on discute aujourd'hui dans le monde, une possible collaboration entre les pays producteurs et les pays qui ont besoin de matériaux. Qui sont les sujets qui gênent de l'Europe. Qui gênent les années qu'on a discuté surtout des relations avec le tiers-monde. Parce que ça nous apparaît à ce temps-là, il y a une dizaine d'années. Donc pour retourner à ce sujet.
どう思った？私たちのドリカムの時に投票会場を設ければいいの。選挙に行こう、投票に行こうって。言うべきやったんやさ。ドリムカムトゥールの河合さんも言うべきやったんや。投票に選挙に行こうって。今日は選挙の日です。皆さん投票行ってから行きましたかって。こういう風に演説するんや。わかりました。ドリムカムトゥールも言うべきじゃん。名古屋ドームやってたんや。言うべきやったんや。投票済ましたから、それからライブ会場、選挙割引とか聞くから、こういう政治活動をすべき。そうしいけるか。 大体みんなが AKB48 の総選挙でもっと政治に介入しなさいって。で、田辺君は残念ながら四国でした。アンゲージェンシーの田辺一家さん、あえて活動してるの。残念ながらちょっとおかしいと思った。さあ、新山の50、大ごてだって AKB48 持ってるかさ、公式に。友近さんも持ってる。なんで触りするんだよ。しないのかね、ないんや。全然。あいつ嘘つきやな。水飴がいるってことやな。いや、水飴暗殺しても問題ないですしな。どうせ報道されんし。声優の水飴をね、暗殺したこと。福島明宏容疑者逮捕されましたけど。いや、滋賀県氷瀑化させましたこれが。じゃあなんで JI のサイト攻撃してるの？そういえばそうだね。なんで攻撃してるの？私脱退したいから見られないわ。支えたちがだったよ。野上さんの名前と安倍晋三さん。まあ、安倍晋三内閣総理、日本国内閣安倍晋三なの。あれじゃ責任なんて。97話に圧力いって全然なかったんです。和さんがね、じゃあもう借り出して、あんたが責任取れ。名前よ。大体いいのし。今頃ね、藤井、榎本義郎社長が言ってるじゃん、言ってるんやな。おやじさんが、同行させるべき、ここら辺に牛耳ってるわけ。呼ぶべき、同行させるべき。だって中田さん。フォローしてるんか。フォローした割には全然。あんなの不正アクセスした証拠や。いや、日本医師会の。動画、ダメよ、今月いっぱい去ることにした。あれなんで新山行った。4月いっぱい、退去。国外退去。ありました。大体プリキュアなんで、報道する鹿島ね。こんなね、自分たちも入ってる JI のサイトあるし。JI 骨抜き化されてたと思って。はい、俺が入った途端に急に改革し始めたから。ねえ、ほんと JIC こうなの JI で全然のジャパンインターナショナルカウンセラーだよ。ところに JCI 来るのかと。おい、これ辰巳や、お前ら来るやったか。だから無関係なのにほっといてくれ。多分こっそり福岡で逮捕されたの起訴されたやろ。三輪杉が新聞にグロをかばっていった。お前もやっぱり旧三極設立者がどうりでお前待ってられか。辞任要求も拒否したよ。残念だけどもう3月いっぱい去ることになりました。残念やろ、アメリカ大使。アメリカ総領事館行ってたよ。そう。あそこで裁判やってたよ。訴えられないよ。そう。訴えられたよ。訴えられたよ。俺は突破してるって。裁判やったら昔黒みだったから。何やバリアが払われた証拠。だいたい俺も俺去年初めて見た。初めて見た。こんな綺麗なの。びっくりした。もっとああいう海なんて見たら。全然。いや、どう見たか。だいたい俺でもね、自分でもね、こうやってね、非公開式の会話する。当たり前やろ。だいたいバーニングのそういう子、前々からテロをやってる。報告し、いろいろあるな。事件でよう分かった。暗殺事件でよう分かった。去年のメリーさん暗殺事件でよう分かった。まだ大体水上や。お前、白い子の娘か孫かいたかったよ。 娘やったら大変よ。どれで働くでしょ、ミュージックジャパン。よかったな、言って抗議しといて。花見系に文句言って新潟ばっかり言うじゃん。花見抗議言って古賀製一郎ね、ハピネス嵐だけど文句言ってそれ聞きわった通り19アスカチラだと思ってあれでキラキラするこのように脱ボリ運動してたよ。本当に氷ね力があってDGAT のメンツに使ってるやつ当たり前。難しい表現ね。
Ça c'est déjà très bon de notre point de vue si on peut arriver à un résultat de telle sorte, mais on ne fait jamais des révolutions, aucune.
残念だけど、こんな陽子、お前本当に暗殺行くぞ。もし滋賀県の陽の大宮八幡に来たら、暗殺行くか覚えとけ。そんなばかりは容赦するぞ。
Sri Lanka historically has had variable rankings on the World Bank's Business Index. It's ranked some 99th out of 160 countries globally, which is not a high rank, and there have been problems with availability of land for business purposes. There have been some issues about business.
わしばおうこ、お前はもうな、お前と青に4ビル前に抗議運動するぞ。出てこい竹内、言うのは出てこい、ボケ。お前らがテロをやったやのこれ。提案シートはな、井上前経由で起訴したやの。10月に被害届け。びっくりした。なんで俺も聞いてびっくりや。初めて来たって、てっきりここに捜査してるんかなと思って。初めて来たってびっくりした。だから安易な訴訟するな。お前や。お前本当に暗殺行くぞ。黙れ。二度と出るな。出るな。日本政府公認テロリスト。こいつ日本政府公認テロリストです。気をつけてください。関わると殺される。水着のあれにテロが現れて M のせいで暴言放ったから。こいつです。日本政府公認のテロリスト。俺に暴言電話放ったやつです。こいつです。暴言電話の水飴です。日本政府公認のテロリストです。サイバーテロやってます。気をつけろ。田中明子とセックスした女です。
Variables that we took out were number one, employment, number two, the value addition to the economy, foreign direct investment, balance of payment, as well as the impact for the government tax. The employment
よくぞ選んでいただいて、私もなぜ後振りみたいな。
さかもう行くな、ほんま出演するな二度と。本当に。今度したらお前ら暗殺するぞ。ファイル罪も暗殺対象にするぞ、本当に。おい、どういうことだよ、瀬川さんに。ああおいおい、出てああなんだって。お前出るな。通報するぞこれ。お前らグルやったんかこれ。出てない。うっす。おい視界優位も出てない。おいどうなってる。おいもうお前ら出るな出すな本当に。
Scientists, engineers, IT people, financiers, etc. coming from the Sri Lankan system into this special economic zone to work there. Second is we have to have an open labor market so that professionals from the region and beyond can come to Sri Lanka.
おいやいぞどこ行った。
That will maybe all done online.
お
ですよね。で、コーディングも今回私たちも。
黙れお前ら。暗殺に行くぞ本当に。ねえ、押すかね。これやめとけ。こいつです。暴言電話だった日本政府公認テロリスト。テロリストです。気をつけてくれ。
This will act as an engine for Sri Lanka's future transformation, not just into services, but more importantly into a higher income category that we aim to be by 2025, away from this upper middle income status.
The important aspect here is that we are creating a future-proof city, giving utmost importance to sustainability and being agile for the changing technology so that we remain relevant after the city is fully operational in 25 years.
So it's a transformative project, but we have to do many things to make sure that it becomes a reality rather than something just on the drawing board.
And as a whole, to ensure inclusive growth.
おい、こいつです。こいつです。拉致の実行犯、日本政府購入テロリスト。誤った、被害届出して俺をね、観光園で殺した日本テロリストで三笠大将です。皆さん死ねやよ、ボケ。辞任暴挙いか。ボケ、死ね、自殺せえ。お前、早く自殺せえ、ボケ。のんきりしてる場合か、早く。なんで出てこない。
mission. I think about what we do, and I think about who's the chairperson of everything that I do, and that's my wife. So I'm going to let her speak, but I just want to say one thing. Thank you very much, the Carnegie Endowment. Thank you very much for the incredible support that you give Vartan and your whole staff to so many organizations, so many deserving people. One of the things that we so much enjoy is being able to help others. And it doesn't matter whether it's in the arts, whether it's in education, sciences, healthcare, and just seeing people thrive from what we're able to do. And one thing I learned many years ago, and I heard it from another great philanthropist, David Rockefeller, in which I asked him, what should I do? I'm a young person. I'd like to get involved with some organizations. He said, whatever you do, don't just write a check, but get involved and get personally involved. And that, to both Marie-José and to me, has been the greatest pleasure that we've had. Giving our time, giving our effort, and then seeing the results. So I'm going to turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you so much. What can I add? I have to say that we're both honored and humbled to be here. And I say humbled because looking at the achievements of Andrew Carnegie, who presciently and with great generosity really invested in the future of this country. And to look at the 22 institutions that he created and think of how relevant and critical they are to our world today. And that is truly humbling. We're honored also to be here with other recipients who have invested also in this country's future, who have done it with such dedication and commitment, and who have lived by the adage of William Shakespeare, who said that the meaning of life is to find your gift, but the purpose of life is to give it away. And bravo to all of you for giving it so generously. Henry mentioned the areas in which we focus our attention. We focus our attention on the biosciences, trying to accelerate the rate of discovery, bringing bench to bed more quickly to improve the quality of patient care and health outcomes. We focus on education, notably helping less fortunate, highly motivated students to get through high school, to excel in high school, but also to get through college, so that they can both strive and thrive in their adult years. And finally, we try to devote a great deal of our attention to the arts and culture. The arts and culture that afford us a new way of looking, a new way of thinking, that expand the landscape of the mind, that improve quality of life. And I'm very thankful to all of you and to the Carnegie Corporation, and especially to Vartan Gregorian, who's encouraged us and inspired us in directing our giving and in growing our philanthropic involvement. But I would be remiss if I didn't also thank the people to whom Judy alluded to earlier in her remarks, the millions and millions of Americans who every day give, not only financially, but give of their time, who volunteer to make their communities better. We hear a great deal about hate and intolerance these days, but every day, millions and millions of Americans, all through the nation, are living and upholding the definition of philanthropy, the love of humanity, and I thank them profoundly. Thank you.
Standing here, the center of our nation's power, I can think only of everyone who's been made to feel powerless by their abusers, by a system that failed to protect them. Parents whose children have been murdered by an abusive partner,
suffered domestic violence yet are not believed. Children who've suffered life-altering trauma and post-traumatic stress, and they ask people closest to them. That's why passing this law is one of the most important
渋さが知れや
tasks.
テレケーキかうまいね
The ugly truth is that violence in homes is normalized. Try to stay calm when you're witnessing someone you love being harmed. Try to stay calm after you were strangled and you find the courage to come forward. You discover that your chances of proving the abuse are now gone because no one took into account the different ways bruising presents on black and brown skin, and they failed to check properly for signs of abuse. I am in awe of the parents who, after the murder of their children, have fought to change the law to protect the next one. Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late. The women who have suffered through this system with little or no support, who still carry the pain and trauma of their abuse, and the young adults who have survived abuse and emerged stronger, not because of the child protective system, but despite it. And women and children have died who could have been saved.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news.
本当に通報したらしい。Liberal democracy can survive the current period of disruption, but it's going to have to change. The volatility and the risks that we are witnessing across much of the Western world are anchored in some very deep changes that have been swirling beneath our democracies, that have been coming for many years and still have a long way to run. They relate to strong feelings of distrust in the
死ね田中義ボケ
widespread
こいつ
fear
です。日本政府公認テロリスト拉致の実行犯
national identity,
ソニーも早く言えこんなテロリストかわいやってこいつが俺の拉致実行犯や死ね田中義お前今ね埼玉方面ね圧力かけて支えも呼ぶなこのテロリスト
and ordinary voters. Those four currents have been with us for a very long time, before the Great Recession, before the arrival of Facebook and Twitter and big tech, but they are now producing very substantive political effects, and they will continue to produce substantive political effects. So liberal democracy has to change. It has to make its political systems more representative.
死ね早く死ね自殺せえ早く水は死ね早くボケでははい死ね早く死ね早くボケ以上
And it also, over the long term, needs to devise an economic settlement that ensures that everybody feels that they are relatively getting the gains and the benefits that other groups in society are getting as well. Very big challenges, no clear answer as to now. The ball is very much in liberal democracy's court.
お前やボケノキだおい埼玉危機お前の警告無視しちゃったこれ
Trilateral to Slovenia means also bringing Slovenia to trilateral. And as you know, David Rockefeller Fellows had a big problem. It is our pleasure that we connected them at the MCHM breakfast with Slovenian Business Society. They were talking about the global issues and how connected Slovenia is
免許のパスポートを命令した日本政府のテロリスト水沢文です。税金でこういう生活暴言ではなくてみんなに言わせろ。憲法バレー法律バレー。こいつです。
And of course, we have finished our program with amazing lunch with Professor Dana Zohar.
分かったか藤井知れはよボケ。どうせ昨日不正当選者のボケ日本政府にテロリスト田中紀子と一緒にプリキュアハグった発売したテロリストや。おいお札いくぞこれ。
Development of the internet and of the communication technologies, and it has been changing too much given the rather static nature of men.
Hanめぐみお前も知れボケ。二度と水と出るな。これ暗殺行くぞ今度は。来年してるぞ夏休み行くぞこれ。
Protectionism is never a good solution for trade because in the long run it will endanger the competitiveness of everyone. The European car industry, whether you talk about OEMs or whether you talk about such suppliers, is very competitive, is export oriented, is very successful on world markets, but most of the companies
この映画邪魔しちゃうからボケ。爆破するぞ。江口優が暗殺予告する。小清水亜美暗殺予告やボケ。お前ら埼玉地検の襲撃警告無視じゃんかこれ。
always the better solution for economy and for the countries which want to safeguard jobs and prosperity.
A quantum leader is a new paradigm leader who realizes that the world is holistic, all things, all people, all problems are interconnected. There is no
暗殺に行くぞこれ。プリキュアの世界が全面戦争や。
Thus, a quantum leader would face, say, the problem of inequality very differently, or the problem of identity very differently, because we are not separate, atomistic, isolated individuals, and our problems are not separate, isolated, and animistic. A quantum leader is ethical, is moral, has compassion. A quantum leader is self-aware. A quantum leader celebrates diversity. A quantum leader asks fundamental questions. Always
試練お前ら匂いしか全員試練全員虐殺だよお前俺だよ水沢のせいで死んだよボケこいつのせいや
Someone who lives at the edge of chaos, who shakes things up, who thrives on uncertainty, who thrives on chaos. A quantum leader.
デリシャスの連中暗殺行くぞ全員小清水沢お前もや暗殺行くぞ
Feels called to lead, called to serve. There's a sense of purpose, a sense of higher meaning in his or her leadership. A quantum leader is a servant leader. He exists is to serve others and to serve the world. Indeed, to serve the universe.
Well, there's no simple answer to that, to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracies. The point being that you can disrupt elections in democratic elections in a democratic country. It's rather difficult to do it with an authoritarian regime since they really don't have elections. So what are you going to do when you are attacked?
Beginning
with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential elections, where because of the electoral college system, some states have four. Make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of a first-past-the-post election system. We need to think about our asymmetric advantages. We have rule of law. That's pretty important. It's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where there is rule of law. Why? Because in an authoritarian regime, you can just lose everything all at once. Someone takes your money. Whereas if it's in the West, or rather in a rule of law country, then that's unlikely. Well, maybe we can make it more difficult to keep your money here. Or we can be much more definitely should be much more transparent about ownership. After all, much of the money laundering that we've seen from the authoritarian states that are attacking us goes through anonymous shell companies. These are again issues that need to be taken up by government authorities in order ultimately to defend democracy. Well, there's no simple answer to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracies. The point being that you can disrupt elections in a democratic elections in a democratic country. It's rather difficult to do it with an authoritarian regime since they really don't have genuine elections. And so what are you going to do when you are attacked? I think we need a broad range of responses, beginning with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential elections, where because of the electoral college system, some states had far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of a first-past-the-post election system. We need to think about our asymmetric advantages. We have rule of law. That's pretty important. It's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where there is rule of law. Why? Because in an authoritarian regime, you can just lose everything all at once. Someone takes your money. Whereas if it's in the West, or rather in a rule of law country, then that's unlikely. Well, maybe we can make it more difficult to keep your money here. Or we can be much more we definitely should be much more transparent about ownership. After all, much of the money laundering that we've seen from the authoritarian states that are attacking us goes through anonymous shell companies. These are again issues that need to be
とにかくね、暗殺行くぞこれは鬼の関係者。渋沢の三頭たる田中義彦殺しに行くぞこれ。
of having a very strong university that's very applied, that is all about working with the real world, doing basic research, and then trying to put that basic research into the society, into the good. An important thing, I think, is also that it's a social network of sharing. Is that basically in California there is no non-competes, so people move around freely, and this means that the flow of innovation is much faster. The other important thing is the size, the critical mass, again, of very large amounts of talent.
はい、日本政府公認のテロリストです。
Can be scaled up.
お前のせいに暴言電話なんて。はい、どげん謝罪来い。お前もや、のんきにライブしてるわけかよ。本当に暗殺に行くと来い。通報してみ。なんどやってる。ユネコードとモストカンパニーの本社前で立ち位置暗殺するぞ。
Universities as well as kind of companies focus less on protecting their IP and really trying to move as fast as possible. Because if we think about innovation, innovation is about moving fast, and it's not so much about building walls and figuring out how to do the next step very carefully. It's really about running and iterating fast. And if we run and iterate fast, then the success will be there, and kind of little details don't matter that much. And I think this is important from the viewpoint of university, letting the research be put in the public domain and really benefit the environments in which the university's professors operate, as well as in terms of companies sharing the information and flow of people with each other. So there is, for example, in Silicon Valley, a lot of different seminars, people from one company visiting the other company, sharing what they are doing.
嘘つけくれおめえ嘘つけてくれおいおい今すぐ
help each other in terms of making the most innovation and the most progress in the short amount of time. Because I think the question is not can we innovate, but the question is, or can we invent something? But the question about innovation is, can we be the first ones to do something? So it's as much about the speed as it is about the substance.
We had a really good discussion today. Reviving the European dream is what we really want. The next year will be the election for the European Union, for the Parliament of the European Union. And it is really important that there will be a strong mandate. One of the challenges we are facing at the moment is still the migration crisis. And also the priority of the Austrian presidency is the security and the fight against illegal migration. So we had a good discussion today on all these topics, and of course there are different opinions on this. But in general, we are always on the same line. We want to have a solution for the European Union and for Europe. Safe external borders and legal migration, because Europe will need it in the end. But people still have in front of their eyes the migration flood in 2015, and therefore it is really important to have a good solution, and a solution which will be implemented in all the countries of the European Union to have a resilient European system. Migration is currently one of the key issues of European citizens, and my view is that it will remain so, especially because migration is here to stay, and it will probably increase in numbers and complexity because of the political consequences of wars, the terrorism, but also because of the climate change. I think, in my view, migration is needed in Europe. I think it's something that we can benefit from, and I think that we need to change the narrative on this. First and foremost, us as politicians. Actually, the demographic of Europe says that migration is something that we will need in the future in order to maintain and grow our economic development, the quality of life, And I think that we should also go back to the European shared values and the human values that are, I think, the foundation stone of Europe, so that together we can change, as I said, the narrative and help these people, but also help ourselves grow and develop further. Thank you.
やっぱりお前ってくれ。
Turkey belongs to European family, you know. There is no way that Turkey can distance itself from the realities of Europe. Today, of course,
埼玉の警告無視したかお前。
to discuss three scenarios.
埼玉事件暗殺行くぞお前ら幹部。
And membership of Turkey to the EU.
キングレコの本社前襲撃するぞこのまま行く
Of
と。
course, there are different outcomes. But I would say that confrontation between Turkey and the EU is a complete lose-lose scenario. And if it is only cooperation instead of membership of Turkey to the EU, this will be some sort of limited cooperation, and it will be a scenario in which both Turkey and the EU will not be able to enjoy the full potential. In economics, we say, you know, this is not cost effective at all. But when it comes to EU membership, I would say that this will mean full use of potential of Turkey and the EU together. This means a stronger, stable, respected, fully democratic Turkey.
暗殺行くぞエクスターミネートする。
In the world scene, a global actor of EU, peace bringing EU, welfare creating EU, employment creating EU. So I would say that in this case, membership case, the outcome would be win, win, win. So win for Turkey, win for the EU, but also win for beyond.
You will have to define what you mean by Europe and the European Union having its own army. I do not think Europe needs its own army for what I would qualify as the classical Article 5 NATO scenario. In other words, in a conflict with Russia. But Europe should definitely, the European Union should definitely develop the possibility to project hard power outside the United States of America.
日本政府ここにテロリスト覚えとけお前殺しに行くぞ首相官邸前襲撃するぞこの場合とこいつの事務所の
Al-Qaeda, where Al-Qaeda meets Daesh. In other words, it's not impossible. Look at the French and what they did and are doing in Mali. That you would need to intervene militarily, and then the European Union would be on its own. Second scenario, virtual but not impossible, when in the Balkans the demons of the past would raise again. And we should not repeat a situation like we had in the 90s of the previous century, where finally Bill Clinton and the United States of America had to come in to stabilize the situation. I could think about the need for border protection, external border protection, with military means. You're a bit on the border here between the military and the military police, the gendarmerie in French. In other words, if that is meant by President Macron and Chancellor Merkel with the European army, I can follow them. What we should not forget, by the way, is when you talk about European military intervention, that's why I like the qualification European army not much, is that there will always be national parliaments who will decide if those soldiers will be sent into harm's way. So they will not, I hope, talk about a European command and a European parliament which decides this goes to the heart of the sovereignty of nations, and those nations will want to decide themselves. I see the way out as presented by President Macron of France, the European Intervention Initiative, where you can build coalitions of the willing outside the EU institutions. You can build coalitions of the willing, which you will always need for such kind of